like instant is because the observations by the jury of the defendant can be important for that determination. And so if I could just have open lines to look at it.
Oh yeah, no.
Like I said, I think observations of the defendant may be something that I don't want to issue something. I just want to issue something.
And I think that's fair. I've had this issue come up before with probably half a dozen times, and because of the various different behaviors of defendants at various different times, and I've not had a question about it. I did have an attorney one time ask me to give an instruction that it is something that they can consider, and I denied doing that, and I was upheld on that. But it's something to think about. I don't think it's anything that we have to give an answer to right now. So, and where are we starting this morning, Mr. Allen? Okay, so we're going to finish the phone calls before you call the other people that you had discussed yesterday. Okay, that's fine. Ms. Gratiana? Go ahead. Oh, all right. Okay. So it's not just some AT&T, it's all AT&T. Okay. 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 And I assume that when we get to whatever exhibit numbers those have to deal with, it's going to be, we're still going to go through the same foundational elements for admission of those exhibits. And then it will just be that this part is, sounds like what you're really stipulating to is records custodian type issues. And so, but you still have to lay the foundation for that it is a business record or something like that. Do I have that right? Okay, all right. And Mr. Tellini, do you agree? Okay. So we'll take these up, I guess, as they, looks like it's primarily going to relate to phones and phone messages. So we'll take these up as we get to the exhibits and deal with it then, I suppose. Is there anything else that we need to address at this point in time? Prosecution.
Yeah, Judge, thank you. You had asked us to give you heads up when we're going to get to some sensitive photos.
Yeah.
When we get to Detective Yoder and Macon Ponder, there will be some photos of the discovery of the suitcase in Florida, which will also include some photos of Gator's remains, just so you're aware.
So that's Detective Yoder and what was the other one?
And then Macon Ponder.
Macon Ponder.
That's right.
Is that going to be today?
Those are the two people that we anticipate, depending on how long Mr. Stauch takes today, that we would get to.
Oh, these are the two people from Florida.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay. Okay. All right. Is there anything else that we need to address? Prosecution? Defense? All right. Let's go and bring the jury in. Right. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Excuse me. We're going to start the day the same way that we did yesterday, and that is with the same question. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. Yesterday, when we took our break, we were in the midst of some recorded phone calls. I think that's where we're resuming today with that. Mr. Allen.
Judge, I assume that we should probably bring Mr. Stauch back up and then start the next call, and then he can step back down again. If that's okay with you.
They've all been admitted. It's up to you.
If you're fine with me just playing it, we can just jump into it.
If there are different voices that he has to identify, then maybe you need his testimony. If not, it's up to you. Okay,
well, let's just jump into it. So this will be just for record purposes. People's Exhibit number 36, which is another recorded phone call from February 13th, 2020 at 10:15 a.m.
All right, thank you. Go for it.
Hello. Hey, what's wrong? Huh? Well, happy Valentine's Day. You're welcome. Lena's at school right now. So, why? What's up?
I can't ask you where our kids are at.
Yeah, I think that's a fair question. Where's Harley at?
She had to go to the doctor last night because of that chest pain and she was 12 pounds overweight.
What hospital did she go to?
The one could be listening and know where we're at.
Tisha,
No, I don't know. You talk crap about me. You treat me wrong.
Where did I talk crap about you? I haven't said nothing to nobody.
In your school, those notices you sent them how horrible of a person I was.
when did these messages come from? Years ago, maybe? I mean, but you know what?
Everybody.
But what have I always said about social media? I don't give a crap what people say. People are just looking for a headline, okay?
I'm tired of doing this hour. You should have talked to me about all the other stuff. I'm not.
What other stuff, Tisha?
I've asked you for help. Today, me and Harley needed something. I asked you for help. You turned me down. You know very well. Anytime you've ever needed help, I've been there for you.
Tisha, let's walk back through this now. Just to be straight up, okay? You took over $2,000 out of the bank account at the beginning of the month, and I didn't say a word to you about it, okay? That's like 1/3 of what I get every month. So you got 1/3 of my monthly income, right? So that being said, I've also offered help and safety and teamwork the whole time, and you guys decided to, step out on your own. And I haven't bothered you, but I've never looked back in there. I've never told you no for anything. And I've been.
Well, I didn't pay $2,000. It was $1,500 because I had to have a place to stay. I kept begging you and asking that people should not have been.
Okay, well, hold on.
It should have been nobody but your family.
You're right.
Your family, your home.
Okay, I understand your opinion. So I want to clarify because you took I'm not going to fight over the dollar amount. You took over $1,500 in that one lump sum, not to mention the other ones, but that one lump sum you did take $1,500 and some dollars, and you can't. But you've told me from like almost the first minute you don't have a place to stay. So do you or don't you?
It was it cost $125 a night for a hotel, and then I had to have pet fees. Add that up how many nights I did. We had to have food. We didn't have a way around. We had to Uber. Add that up.
Were you Ubering yesterday when we were talking? Because I heard you get in and out of a car. I'm just trying to piece all this together, Tisha. I don't know what's going on. I've heard so many stories here. I'm just trying to, as I've always said, I'm just trying to find the truth, and I keep getting a different version of it.
There's this little guy that stays in the hotel. He has an old white car. He let me drive to the store. You know how bad it is for you to ask somebody to drive their car to the store?
And in this effort to help you that I've been trying to do, you won't tell me where you're staying.
Because you're not on my side.
But you're not.
You're not on my side. If you're talking crap about me, you're not on my side if I call you and I try to talk to you, and you can't talk to me for being around other people. That's not my side.
But you gotta understand what I'm going through. I don't know what the hell's going on minute to minute. I don't know who's on whose side. All I focus on is Gannon. And I don't want, obviously people, you see it on the social media, people are not happy with you. And I don't know why. I don't know what reason they have or don't have. But I can't sit here and be talking to you, my wife, in front of all these other people and then, go through all the cussing and yelling and screaming and the drama. So I'm trying to respect you as well. And I need that in return. I need you to respect me too. And that, but no. Okay, I've heard that you have not really said anything about me per se directly. Okay, but you did release some of those documents, or however they got out there. They're out there. Okay, but what I need you to do, you talk about respect. You know that's one of the most important things to me in my life is you respecting me, and you can respect me with the truth. And that's the bottom line. We have options to work through all this other stuff, all this other drama that's going on, but the truth is really the options don't come into play until I get the truth, okay? That's absolutely, and I know you're not going to like this, but that's a line in the sand that I'm not crossing, okay?
You already kicked me off my own car insurance and wouldn't even tell me.
That's not true.
My car, you
That's not true.
there.
That's not true, Tisha. You got an email notification the same minute I did, so you got notified. Absolutely.
You talk to me about this.
Well, on February 8th, I didn't get any kind of confirmation that two of my vehicles were deleted, and there's no one else that has access but you. Okay, so you tell me what the truth is.
You didn't put in story. If it was done wrong, then that wasn't on purpose.
Okay, fair enough. I'm not. The insurance is not a point of argument to me. You have every right to call them back and put your, just like I did.
No.
No. No.
They said to me, you have to listen and so I had to be on a separate policy.
Well, exactly. Okay, because that's where we're at right now. That's the line in the sand. Okay, the line in the sand is we have a gap between us right now. Okay, absolutely. And I'm not gonna sugarcoat it because I don't sugarcoat it with you. Okay, we have a gap between us. You can put a label on it however you want to, but that gap doesn't. There's no closing that gap. There's no initiating options or anything until we get to the truth. And I think I really feel deep down in my heart that we can work on this together. We do have options, but I think your list you sent to me is a great starting place. I think that is excellent that you're willing to at least talk about what options we have. I just, huh?
Did you talk to my attorney and file for divorce?
I have not filed anything yet. And the fact that, I'll tell you the answer to that, okay? But the fact that you are reaching out to me like that, the way you did, say, like, did you go to this attorney and file this? That means you don't trust me. You don't have respect for me, and you got somebody watching me. Tell me the truth.
Someone told me.
Who told you?
You don't think it's all online in the social media that you told someone that someone posted it?
Who posted it? Because I haven't told anybody anything about that.
It's online, just like it's online about talking junk about her best friend, and she's best friend to your sister, and that's what she said. I mean, come on.
Yeah, but once again, well, yeah, you're right. I fully agree with you. Once again, that's why I've told you forever that I don't get into that crap, because it's just you're getting torn every direction by people's stupidity. Okay. So, anyways, let's not worry about that. About how you know what you know. Okay.
Okay. The thing is, I reached out to that lady. She was okay. This is how I've been treated. I've been treated like a criminal when I told them exactly that Gannon left with someone.
Which lady? What lady are you talking about? The Amber lady?
I know Bethel because she's the lead investigator.
That's the blonde lady from Starbucks?
Yes.
Blonde lady from Starbucks?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Investigator.
Okay, all right, I got you. Well, I mean,
Contact with her.
not since that first day. I mean, that first day when I told you I met with Mark for like, I don't know, 6-7 hours, and then she jumped in for like 20-30 minutes, or whatever, that night, the day I got there, that Tuesday. Since then, since we met her, and then she asked me a few questions, I really haven't had any interaction with her. So I've been dealing only with Mark. He's been my...
Why did you leave that day and not talk to me on my phone?
Leave what day?
When you first talked to them that night, you were going to pick up people from the airport. Why did you leave and not talk to me?
I'll give you the straight up honest truth right now. Because at that point in the situation, and we're at the same point now, unfortunately, 3 weeks later, at that point, I was not getting the whole truth. Okay? And I'm not going to argue with you about that, because that's absolutely spot on, okay?
From me, you can leave from me, everything's fine, and you just have to get there and you're not getting it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, because there were some things that I was looking into on my own, which I've basically been doing for 3 weeks now, trying to sort through this on my own, that weren't making sense and weren't adding up, okay? And just like where we're at now, yesterday, thank you for talking so long and welcoming me through your timeline, but even yesterday when we were talking, a lot of it wasn't adding up, and it still isn't. Like, there's 3 or 4 different versions of the Mexican guy now. He's Uncle Matt. First he was Mexican or whatever. I don't want to argue.
I said he asked me that. He asked me to know Uncle Matt.
Yeah.
He said he was Uncle Matt.
Fine. I'm not arguing about that. I'm just telling you these are red flags. You know how I am. When I see red flags, you got to convince me that they're truth is what it is. Okay, so I'm sitting here last night on my bed freaking out because I don't know. I feel like some of that was the truth, but then some of it still was, a different version of the same story again. So what I really want to get to.
Did I kill Gaines?
It hurt me to ask it because you're my wife, and first thing I started with today was Happy Valentine's Day. I should tell you how I feel about you, okay? But
I need you to be here when we support it.
I am. I'm right here. I'm right here.
I'm begging you. If they give me immunity, I will help.
Okay, but here. Okay. But that's why I'm here. I'm trying to I'm not. You have the legal background. Okay, I don't have that knowledge. All I have is my recruiting time and the other stuff I've done. So you need to help me understand what you're trying to get. I don't understand what that means.
Immunity. Okay? Do you know what immunity is?
Other than what I've seen on TV shows, I don't know. I need you to help me. That's what I'm trying to. Help me to get you to that point. Hello?
Immunity is going to grant the judge that I will not be charged anything in this. I did not think they could do this. The only time that I will testify, and I will give them the information on who I did, and I will testify against them.
Okay. So you're saying, so I'm going to walk back through this so I understand clearly what you're saying. So there's no ambiguity or unknowns here. So you're saying you somehow know where Gannon is or who has him or how he got him or something like that?
See, that's where you're not going to put words in my mouth.
I'm not. I'm trying to understand, Tisha. I'm explaining me, okay? Walk me through it so I understand what you're saying. No, why would I record you? This is me and you. Why would I say Happy Valentine's Day on a recording? That's something personal between us.
No, it's just you and me on this phone call and in your room.
Absolutely. Okay.
Immunity is where I'm telling you, I told you the truth again. There's more details about how that went on. There's more details that I can't discuss and that would incriminate myself because they're going to say, why did you say this? But he has all our information. He was going to go to work and he had these people go there. If I said anything in the meeting with the cops, to the meeting. But I need immunity.
So what I don't understand is why is this not something you would tell me from the get-go? I just. Yeah, but Tisha, look at what you just said. But Tisha,
What?
I'm trying to understand.
Advising you. I need immunity. Please.
If you no, why would I record you? What I'm trying to figure out is why your first thought. Your first thought is what they may do to you and Harley, but something was already done to Gannon, and we're not worried about that. That should be the priority.
It's going to be Harley. It was also Elena. She was there too.
So the guy was there and was threatening you in the moment?
The guy was there with the police.
The guy was still there when the police searched the home?
Yes.
Where was he at? Where was he at when they searched our house?
Please make it so I get immunity.
I can't promise you immunity. I can't give that to you. But
You can have.
I mean, yes, I can reach out to Mark and let him know that's what you're looking for and that you're willing to work with somebody. And you can also tell, what's her name again? Bethel. You can tell Bethel, just say, okay, well, you gotta, you.
Like a criminal. I don't kill people.
Okay, I never said you did. You're tired of what? Well, did you send that to anybody?
What?
Where's the message? Can you send me the message so I can see it? Just if you email it to me or email it or text it to me so I can see it. Tisha, Tisha, who is this? Who is the person? Do I know this guy?
Do you understand?
Is he there? Is he there with you? What?
Listen to me.
So I heard there's a reward coming out. That somebody said that the neighborhood's trying to do a reward. So what happened with the bike situation? I don't think we ever. Okay, well, I told you I cannot promise that. Okay, that's not something I can promise you. I can promise you help or whatever, but I can't promise immunity. That's something that the investigators got to reach back out to you.
They're on your side. This is where you can go to this. You can say, I know. He's breaking up. You telling the truth.
Yes, I can advocate for you. I can give an opinion, but but listen. What I don't understand is you're treating me like the prosecutor here. Okay, you're treating me like I'm in court or the law, not like I'm our son's father. Okay, but. I do too, but these. Here's what I need you to do for me, okay? I understand and I respect that you don't feel safe telling me certain things, okay? I'm not going to press you on certain things, but I need to know something about my son. I need to know something about Gannon. Do you know if he's safe? Do you know? I asked you some questions yesterday, and I had to ask those questions because that's been on my mind since day one. Is he safe? Where is he at? Do you have anything?
And if I kill Gannon, really?
Yes, I had to ask that because there was. Well, I would never not tell you the truth over and over and over again. So. Listen. What about the? What about this? I'm trying to think of any way to cue the police to offer you immunity if they can. Okay, I'm trying to find a way to get them alerted to you might have some information. What if you told me just one key thing and I just called in on the tip line or something? No, but no, because it'll be anonymous. But they won't ever know because I'll do it. I'll be just some man calling in an anonymous tip. And the key here is to get Gannon in the investigation and then protect you if they're able. But why won't they? Who is they? Why won't they budge? What is it about the money that's the key? Tisha, listen. Despite how this has gone, you know for a fact you could always trust me, okay? I know you may be worried about your name getting out there from this information. I don't want anything to do with the media. I don't want anything to do with Facebook or social media or anything, okay? You know, because I've absolutely been off of that. That's why I'm saying I can give the anonymous tip if you just tell me something that will help in the investigation, okay? That's best to know. Okay.
The police came. He was in the house.
Where was he at in the house?
I didn't know at the time. I thought we were going to find him because the guy was like, "Can we please search the house?" And I said, "Sure."
Okay.
Terrified. Which is why I sent Lena and Harley to Dollar Store and all these places. I thought Anna was hiding too.
Okay, so you thought so the guy was in the house and you thought Gannon was hiding, so he hadn't taken Gannon yet at that point?
No.
Okay, all right, well that's huge. That's huge because now we can look at different camera time frames and all that, and we can look at different angles. Okay, that's huge that he was still in the house, and so that would have been police got there at what, like? I'm not. No, I know. I'm trying to sort through this again. I'm trying to get you to this point to where, you know. I think they give it to you because this is big that he was there and they missed it. And then they're gonna want to cover their shit for not finding him. I can't hear you. What? You did what? You did what? You said you said what? What did you do?
I tried to point to the cops and check this area. I checked this area. I was even trying to show them any other pictures that I saw. But I didn't know Gannon was with him, or I didn't know Gannon was like nobody. I didn't know that boy.
Okay, but then you figured out he wasn't by himself.
Not that was anything else before Gannon needed me.
Well, I'm trying to put all this together. You said you pointed them in a direction, but where in the storage room were you?
I was just giving all the big areas of the house.
I got you. So you told them storage room?
I walked through the storage room when the guy was in there. I was trying to tell him, hey, check my boxes, all this stuff.
Okay, so.
Yeah. I didn't want to make it.
Okay, so what happened next? So the cops searched and missed it, or what? Tell me I'm trying to figure out what happened now. What you're telling me, okay? What happened after they didn't find him? No, I'm trying to get some key breaking information that I can give an anonymous tip, like I told you. Okay? That's what I want to do. That's how. I am trying. I am. So what you said was you thought Gannon was hiding. Was that right?
I didn't know if he was hiding. If the guy had him. So I was scared to keep if I went with him, they were like, please get out. He's back. You know, he was out the back door. I didn't know where he was. I knew he was there.
So let me back up. So when you let the cops in the door, whenever you last saw Gannon, you left him somewhere, or you thought he was safe? Like you thought he was safe hiding, or you thought he was with the other person, or what?
I woke up after that's in my head. I didn't know what it was. I already told you the story. I was like, hiding somewhere. Because the police got there. He was coming. He knew what I come for.
Do you think he might have crawled in one of the totes or something, or maybe the box? The guy or Gannon?
The guy was
Did they already come back? But so you said my gun? You trying to get my gun to work? Tisha, calm down for a second. You said try to get my gun to work. I thought the guy had my gun. Oh, that one. Okay. So you put Harley and Lena in our room? Tisha, is that what you said? You put. So you already had the assault rifle out of the closet at this point? Okay, I know you always had trouble getting that thing to pull it back and get it loaded and all that, so that makes sense. So, you're not going what? How does this, what is key about this that I can call an anonymous tip that helps me find Gannon?
You can call in and get and I can give the guy the ID. I can give it a line. I'm like,
Tisha, you know I can't promise you anything. I'm not the police or the judge. I can't promise you immunity. I can put you in contact with them, and I've done that.
Please call me back. Please call me back.
I will. I'll get as soon as we get done talking. In a little while, I'll get on the phone with Mark and tell him to tell that lady to call you back and quit stalling or whatever she's doing. I don't know what the hell's going on, but Mark will get on it. He's always been. All right, Tisha. Listen, there's something that you can give me that help fix this right now. Okay, I don't know if you're willing to. I hope you are, but if you give me the name of the person, if I know this person, that I can fix it right now. Okay, I guarantee you. I'm not gonna. I can't. Well, who is it so I can tell them who to be looking for to protect you? I can promise you that. Tisha, I can't promise you that. I know they will work with you, okay? I know they will. I need the person's name so I can get Mark and tell them to go find this person. There's nobody here. I just need to know this person's name because if it's Travis or somebody related to Chance or somebody. Is it Travis? Because I know you said he was abusive. No, they're not. I don't know. I can't promise you anything. Listen, I will fight for you and fight with you if you're not involved in this and you give me this name. Is it Travis? Listen, I'm gonna text Mark right now so you can hear me text Mark, okay? Because you can hear the little keystrokes. I'm gonna tell him as we're talking so we can get this ball rolling. To nobody. That's me texting Mark right now to tell him to get Bethel to call you. Nobody's crying and hollering. Just like the other day when you said that, nobody's here. I'm standing here trying to figure this out and get a name. What, like Uncle Jeff? He's getting on a plane and Landon and Aunt Veronica, they hit the road back to Dallas, and I think they're going to take Landon for the weekend because it's a 4-day weekend. So I'm here by myself, like I told you. They're getting Lena after lunch because she had a little lunch program going on. Okay, but that only matters if we can get this ball rolling. You can tell me this name, and then you can reach out to the police for immunity or help or whatever they can offer you. Okay. What kind of gang are they in? Letecia. What happened that ruined that? You know, that's another part I don't understand. Is what? Tisha, so this guy, I know you're trying not to tell me his name, but after the police left, remind me, I don't remember. I know Harley and Elena went out to look. Did you go look for Gannon? You knew the guy was in there, or you didn't, or what did you do after the police left? Tisha, did this guy kill Gannon? Did he kill him in the house, or did he kill him or hurt him? What happened? It's my son, and I need to know this. Not Tisha, not you. I'm not you. I trust you. I asked you that yesterday, and I trust what you're saying. I asked you, did this guy hurt Gannon, or did he kill Gannon in the house, or do you know if he killed Gannon or not? Tisha, I've explained to you, I can't give you immunity. I'm your husband. I'm not the police or the judge.
When you can figure out grab the immunity, because this is 2 days of the top. And he's crazy.
Tisha, there's only one way for this to stop, and that's for me to get the information to them, okay, through an anonymous tip, like I said. But I don't have any information to give them. Did this? Yeah, and Tisha, not trying to fight for you here, okay? I made it clear I don't have the power to give you immunity. I have the power to help you.
You call me back, whatever.
Tisha, they're not gonna listen to me, okay? They're absolutely gonna call me foolish. I am trying to help you. They're gonna look at me like a fool. Tisha, I can't hear you.
Not completely, Albert.
I'm trying to.
Someone killed someone. I don't know if anyone killed anyone.
What do you know? What's the guy's name? I gotta know the guy's name, Tisha. Okay, I mean, I'm trying to help you, but you're not freaking letting me help you, okay? I shut up.
Well,
So we can just want to have Mr. Stauch come back on the stand and ask him some follow-up questions.
Okay, all right, Stauch, resume your seat. Let me stand and remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Good morning, Mr. Stauch. How are you doing today? Good morning. So at the very beginning of that call, you told the defendant happy Valentine's Day. Did this call actually occur on Valentine's Day?
I believe so. If I would have said that, I don't know the date when we started.
Okay. The date of the call was February 14th of 2020.
Absolutely.
There's a question in that beginning portion where the defendant was asking you questions about where you were and where Lane was, and then you responded with, "Where's Harley?" Similar to the phone call we talked about yesterday, at this time of this call, did you know where the defendant was anywhere?
I did not, nor did I know where Harley was.
When the defendant started making statements about the guy was in the house when the police came, in your mind, was she referencing when the police first responded to your house at 6627 Mandan Drive?
That's what I assumed she was referring to, yes.
Did you have any independent knowledge of them finding a man in the house when they responded on that day?
I did not know, sir.
You, in that phone call, you also pressed multiple times for getting names or trying to figure out a way to identify a guy that she's talking about. Did she ever give you a name or any identifying features of this person?
Not in that phone call. No, sir.
And then later on in the phone call, it changes into there's a gang that's involved. Did she give you any idea of who this gang might be?
I don't remember ever getting that information, no, sir.
Ever?
I don't believe so.
In a big chunk of that phone call, obviously no way to know because you're not in the same room with the defendant, but did it sound like the defendant was crying to you?
Based on previous experience with her, there was times when I assumed yes, she was crying, and there was times when I assumed it was fake crying as well. Fake emotions in that phone call.
In that phone call?
Not specific.
So in your mind, you were thinking that some was potentially real and some was potentially fake?
Yes, sir.
In your mind, did you think that she was trying to manipulate you in the course of the investigation?
Yes, sir.
One of the questions that you asked the defendant very specifically was whether she knows Gannon is safe. Do you remember that question?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever get an answer from her on that question?
No, sir.
You mentioned in the phone call too about you're going to give information to the detectives so they'll quit stalling. Similar to the phone call yesterday, were you actually with law enforcement when this call occurred?
I was.
And they were listening?
Yes, sir.
Was you saying, hoping that they would quit stalling, I guess, was that a tactic to keep her talking?
Absolutely.
Two names that you gave in that phone call were Travis and Chance. Who are those people, just in general?
Travis would have been an ex-boyfriend of the defendant, and Chance would have been
an ex-husband of the defendant, also Harley's father.
Did you ever have any indication that either one of those two names were involved in Ganda's disappearance?
No, sir. Chance was deceased by that point. I had no indication of Travis either at all.
Okay. In relation to that gang reference, was there ever a gang that was after you and your family?
Not to my knowledge.
And then similar questions to what I asked you yesterday. The sound of the defendant's voice in that phone call, was that consistent with her personality as you knew it?
Absolutely.
In this particular phone call, did she ever change personalities to a different personality?
I was talking to the defendant the entire time.
And so never changed voice inflections or
Yes,
anything
sir.
like that? Okay, thank you. So Judge, at this time, we would want to move into People's Exhibit 37, which is another recorded phone call on February 14, 2020 at 12:08 p.m. This one's roughly 8.5 minutes long.
Right. Step in, go ahead, step down.
Yes, sir.
Hello? Hello? I can't hear you. Hello?
It's the signal.
Okay, well, what? Because you hung up on me and I'm not really feeling this right now, so what? What do you got for me?
I can't help it now.
Fine, whatever.
You were being all night, scared and glistening, everything. Then all of a sudden you started being hateful.
Yeah, because you got information I need for my son that everybody needs to get this boy back. Okay?
Okay, so now you're saying I got information, but then just a minute ago you told me I made it up and there's a figment in my imagination.
Okay, so it's on you to pick which one it is. It's not on me to sort through it. It's on you to tell me the truth or keep feeding me bullshit.
Hey, Jenny, listen to me.
Yes. No. Let's start over. Let's get a new beginning here. Okay, let's start over. Because if you keep going back this same path we've been on, I'm just gonna keep getting more pissed off and more hurt and more worried about my son because you've told me 17 different stories now. Start over and tell me who the fuck has my boy. Okay? Tell me a name. That's the beginning. I don't care about Saturday. I don't care about Sunday. I don't care about the fucking truck on Monday. I don't care. Who has it? That's what I care about. Who?
Then I want immunity.
What the fuck does that have to do with who has Gannon? I can't give you immunity. You call the police. You do what you got to do to get yourself protected from whatever you're worried about. And it keeps... Anyways, I'm not dealing with that. Okay, the beginning is who has Gannon?
Did you even call the guy to ask him about immunity to talk to me, did you?
No, because I figured you'd call me back. I thought you hanging up with me, call me back. What is he? What can I... I'm not your lawyer. Okay?
You're my husband.
Right, and I'm telling you right now, you want immunity. You want this fucking immunity because there's no dude. It's all a fucking lie, Tisha. Prove me otherwise. Just like I told you with the rape, I'll get on my knees and beg for forgiveness if it's true. If it really happened. If there is this fucking guy out there, I'll on the media, I'll go out to the world and say I was wrong, my wife was right this whole time. But there's no fucking dude, Tisha. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Yeah, prove me wrong. Was this an accident? Did something happen? Did you accidentally hurt him? Did you give him too much medicine? What happened?
So what do you think happened then? Since you think everything I have to say is wrong, since I offered help, then what do you think happened?
Well, I'm going to tell you, first of all, like I told you already, I was not home. And that's the problem number one. Okay? Something bad happened and I wasn't there to take care of it. All right? So for the rest of my life, no matter what happens, I'm going to blame myself for this because I wasn't there, because I was trying to progress in my career, be successful and all these things. Okay? I just wasn't there. That's number one. That's the first thing that happened. Number two, I mean, you told me a lot of things that happened in like a 12, 13, 24-hour period. You talk about blood, you talk about Gannon's foot, you talk about the burns. All this happened in a short time. They were all accidents. Nobody's to blame. Okay? Nobody. And you just panicked. Okay? That's what I think. I think all this stuff happened, and then maybe, I don't know, maybe there was a big accident. Gannon took too much medicine, or Gannon hit his head, or Gannon's nose was bleeding, or don't know, okay? I'm sitting here trying to make all these theories up, but all these things are running through my head. He hit his head on the ground. He hit his head on the wall. He picked his fingers too much, and he was bleeding. Whatever the truth is, Gannon did something, and it was an accident. And then I just feel like you got, because I wasn't there to keep it all together, you panicked. And then I don't even have a theory on the rest of it, okay? That's what I think. I think there's absolutely no guy there, and I understand why that would be on your mind. I understand that, okay? I'm not discounting that. I'm not making you feel bad if that's something you're trying to get through this and you made that up, okay? You've told nobody that but me, okay? So if that's not true. Okay, screw the police right now. This is me and you. Screw the freaking police. They're not listening anyways. You know that. They're looking all these places, and you know that they're not, shouldn't be looking there. Okay, so they're not listening to you. I'm listening to you. I just need to know what happened. I gave you my theory up until the one point where you panicked, okay, whether it was too much blood, Gannon hurt himself, if you didn't know how to handle it, and you didn't want to call me because you were scared I might be upset at you, and I understand that. I understand that you've got this, you want to do so good for the kids and provide for them and food and clothes, and you do a great job at all that stuff, okay? You do a great job at all that stuff, and I tell you that all the time. And you really want me to feel like you're better than Landon. And I tell you all the time that you are, okay? I feel like all that factors into this, that something bad happened accidentally. Nobody's fault. Accidents happen, and that's what we would have told Gannon, the candle or whatever it was. Accidents happen. We could get new carpet. We can't get new children though. Okay, I tell you that all the time. We can't replace our children. We can replace clothes and carpet and couches. Who gives a fuck about that stuff? And you know I've told you that. We smash the TV. Who cares about the TV? Okay. Accident happened here of some sort. You panicked and freaked out, and then I just need the rest of the story. I just need to know where Gannon is, okay? I just need to know what has happened with Gannon. Is he safe? Is he hurt? Is he alive? Is he somewhere? Okay? I don't want to hear no more about this dude unless you give me a name, okay? So I don't believe it until you give me concrete information. My theory is this. That accident happened. You panicked. Now tell me the rest.
I was there, Albert. I'll give you his name. I swear to you.
Give me his
when
name.
I tell you this part, this is why I want immunity.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Okay? The whole thing happened, the cops were there, yada, 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 all that was true. You keep saying I said all these stories, it's not what happened. I really was truly, Gannon was going out every day. I've been talking to somebody who would ask me weird questions or whatever. This dude, trying to get your bike, he followed me. So I get the Petco. That's why I was looking in and out the door of the Petco.
Oh, so so what was it about Gannon getting out? And I'm not talking to him. Okay.
We jump in there.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand.
He didn't get out because if someone was following me, I didn't want him to know someone was in the car.
Okay.
Yes. Why?
Okay.
What was trying to do was get you a bike. Then I leave because I was a little bit of this place to be looking at free to get a bike, and I realized that the dude was following us again. I tried to make some turns around Palmer Lake area, in and out of that area up there, which is where they're searching because I'm sure they got my GPS, searching for nothing. And then, when I had to come to a little hump, there's this dude Well, this dude is in your truck with us.
Mr. Stauch, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Mr. Stauch, in that call, you said to the defendant, you want immunity because it's a lie, there's no dude. And then you said, prove me wrong. Did she ever prove you wrong? No, sir. You made mention of Gannon did something, an accident, and you panicked. What were you trying to do by saying those things to the defendant?
Trying to, in a way, take the initial blame off of her that, and confirm her story about an accident with the candle or whatever she had cleaned from the night before or whatever, and give her a freedom to talk about what happened next in her mind.
Basically, give her an out so that you could try to maybe get more information.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Towards the end of that phone call, the defendant made, again, mentions of some anonymous dude in the language that she used. Did she ever give you a name of who this dude was that she was referring to?
Not in this phone call, no, sir.
All right. Was that phone call consistent with her personality?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
During that phone call, did she ever change personalities or talk with any other odd voice inflections?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Judge, at this time, we're going to move on to People's 38, which is a call on February 14th at 12:17 p.m.
All right. Mr. Stauch, you go ahead and step down. Thank you, sir.
And Judge, this call is about a little over 21 minutes.
What happened?
Okay, I'm talking away.
Okay.
Or did you last hear?
Something about you were at Petco and then you got in the truck and the guy was there or something?
No. I asked them to go get that outside of Petco.
Okay.
So I just put it in Petco. We need because I followed to Petco, and as I was pulling off to go to the Palmer Lake area, I was going to go look at the bike. Somebody was laying down in the road, feel like they were, I don't know, was killing themselves or some crap. When I turned around and came back the other way, and this dude gets in the truck with us. I didn't have anything to drive anything to anybody off or anything. I had to go like a normal time. Anna was crying in the back seat till we drove up. She's been so scared. He followed us off. He was us all the way back to the house. Where's the footage showing people getting out of the car? Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw it.
Hey, who got out of the car?
I mean, I saw you and then I saw the shadow that somebody was talking about. The only footage I seen is the one that you said the guy got paid for. That's the only one I saw.
Okay, so we get there. He's still in your car at this time. Then we all get out. The guy was with us the whole time.
Okay.
The whole entire time. I asked him, what did he want? He could take everything he wants. He could rob us. He could do whatever he fucking wanted. Have it all. There was a struggle. Everything back and forth. I was asking, did I know this Uncle Matt? Because he was saying, whoever Uncle Matt was, you don't like Uncle Matt. Uncle Matt came in at. Well, she had something to do with it. Because I was freaking out how he would know someone by this name. I told you this.
Okay.
Like, I was there when the police came. I didn't know what game was that. I didn't know if he was his. I didn't know anything. I just thought, terrified to say anything because he had a gun. And I was scared. What if he, Gannon, while I'm on the other side, go get help? What if I leave to go get help and he squeezed in here. Nothing I could do to switch anything. My hands were tied that night. The girls were in the bedroom. My hands were tied to the little board that's on the back. My hands are tied there. Like completely. Remember those same headphones I had on? I supposed to listen to music? Yeah, I had to do that. That little bandana that was down there, that's where that came from. Couldn't scream, couldn't get help. Harley and Lena were asleep. She was just terrified. All I could hear was Gannon screaming. I didn't know what was going on. What do you think?
Okay, Tisha, can I ask you a question? Please?
What?
Why would you need immunity for that when the guy he's the perpetrator, not you? Why would you need immunity for that?
I didn't tell him.
Because you didn't, okay, I mean,
I don't know how bad he hurt Gannon. I don't know. There's no accident where I hurt him. There's nothing like that. People keep saying that. No, because he was in Gannon's room. She is Mexican. Green was mixed with black. I should have been a dealer. So, that was on him.
okay, hold on. All right, so let me just bear with me here while I sort through this. Okay, so you have Petco, you pull out, and you're at the stoplight. Who's laying in the middle of the road, or are you in the parking lot? So the guy was at Palmer Lake laying in the middle of the road.
I made a turn. I thought the turn was going to take me back to 25. Then it wraps you back around in a circle and comes back the same direction. He's you.
Okay. All right, so, yeah, let's stop for a second because, all right, listen, I'm going to be straight up again because I'm getting frustrated again because this is even more bullshit than the original 17 stories, okay? I mean, no guy fucking jumps in your truck. The car is locked when you're driving unless you stop and open the doors. Anyway, I'm not going to pick it apart. It's bullshit, okay? Yes. Tisha. No, it's not why. I want you to tell me why you panic. Why did you panic when the accident happened? When Gannon did whatever he did, I mean, he made a mistake. Whatever happened, why did you panic? Wait, after Gannon was hurt, after he hurt himself, after he had an accident, after he banged his head or something, why did you panic? So, wait, well, you know what? So back to this Palmer. I'm all over the place here. No, I'm trying to make it out to be where's my son, okay? If you were in Palmer Lake and then Douglas County and wherever you did all these turns and turned around and this guy was out there laying in the road, he got in a truck, why do they have your GPS in your car? You were in my truck.
iPhone.
No, but I thought you told me yesterday you left your phone at Petco because you had to go back to get it.
No, that was Gannon's phone. Gannon's phone was left at Petco.
You told me, yes, Tisha, I'm not stupid now. Okay, listen, you know I'm better than that. You told me yesterday, you said, it almost verbatim, almost quoting you now, you said, I set my phone on the counter, okay, because I had these 2 or 3 doggy sweaters or whatever, okay, and then, no, you told me yesterday it was your phone, and then you said it and you forgot it because you kept going and looking at him to make sure he wasn't getting out of the truck. Now it's you. Tisha, but how is it all true when you've told me 7 different versions of the same thing? It can't all be true. He can't be a Mexican named Uncle Matt, but he wasn't there until he got the.
See how you keep doing?
No, what I keep doing is not being stupid and letting you get me with bullshit, okay? I need the truth.
Really?
Yeah, really. Really. I mean, you can smirk all you want to, you can roll your eyes, you can hit the steering wheel. It doesn't change the fact that you have the truth and I don't. I mean, because Yeah, so yesterday, it wasn't a Mexican. It was the guy riding around in the Aubrey Holmes vehicle or whatever it's called. Okay, and you gave him the garage code, and then he came in. That's what I do understand. You're spinning me in 12 different directions to help. No, Tisha, what I care about is you, and I care about our relationship, and that the fact that we're talking together. No, you're not talking to the police. I'm not making you say anything. Okay, listen. I understand. I understand what you're trying to do. I understand you feel like they're making you all these things, and I understand making you say all these things. Sorry. Okay, and the fact that you're having to say all these different stories because they're pressuring you, I blame them completely. Okay, I understand that you're just in a bad situation because everybody's after you and you feel attacked and all these things. Okay, I understand that. But if you have any faith or respect in me, you got to understand that, I believe that truth is always easier than having to go 27 different directions, okay? And that's what I'm trying to work out with you here is just the freaking truth. Okay, well, who is he? Who tied you up? Who did this? You didn't do it. Who did it? Who hurt Gannon? Who has Gannon? Who wants the money? Who hurt you? Who is they? And how did he hurt Gannon? These are the questions I need to know. Who is he and who are they? Quincy Brown. So Quincy Brown is the one who has him. What was he driving when he was following you? What was he driving when he was following you? What? A red car. See, I think that's what I was saying. You're on it. The fact that you know his name, he said Eduardo, but you found out his name was Quincy Brown, driving a red car. What? Wait, listen. Wait. Well, how did he hurt Gannon, and how bad was Gannon hurt? Say that again. You said. I can't hear you, Tisha. Try to calm down.
When I came out, Gannon was gone. I just could hear him screaming.
So Gannon was screaming, and you heard him. You heard. Right. No. I said heard. I said you heard, like you heard him screaming. The guy heard him. So you know the guy heard him. Quincy Brown. Huh? Do you know what he heard him with? Was he hitting him? Was he... Okay, so how do you know Quincy Brown? How do you know it was him? Oh, what boxes was he taking out?
I thought he was trying to rob us.
So he had an ID on, and
What did you see anything besides his name, like a company or something?
Quincy Brown. It was his pocket. He had his big baggy pants on, and in his pocket, the paper fell out, and on top of the paper was his ID. They had his picture, Quincy Brown.
Okay, all right. Well, what kind of boxes? What boxes was he taking out? Was he out of the storage room? What? I mean, what?
In the storage room.
Oh, you were in the storage.
Do what?
You did. That's the first you told me that you were in the storage room. I'm sorry, you were crying and screaming. I couldn't understand that part. So now I know you were tied up. You couldn't do anything because you were screaming and you had a bandana in your mouth. You were tied up. Is this after the police left and after Gannon and him were in the storage room, or before that, or what?
It was after the police left late that night.
Okay.
He was really laying in the room and told him to shut the door and come out.
Okay. All right. So what boxes was he taking out of the storage room, or what? Okay, well, you brought that up, so that's huge. I mean, if he's taking boxes, what was in the boxes? I'm just trying to sort through all this, okay? Empty boxes, okay. So back up. Gannon and this Quincy Brown guy, they were in the storage room the whole time, and you were trying to point the police to the storage room?
I never told you that. I said when the cops went to the storage room, I was trying to tell them, hey, there's a bunch of boxes out up here. Aiden went to the little Christmas closet and was like, yeah, please look through there really good.
You did say that they were in there and that you tried to direct them somehow to the storage room. You did say that.
Not what I said. That is not what I said.
Okay, maybe I'm paraphrasing.
Where hiding places were in the storage room.
Then where the fuck were they? It all is relevant. Where were they at? You said earlier you heard him scream from the storage room. Okay? Where were they at?
There was no screaming when the cops were there. What are you talking about?
You know, honestly, I'm kind of getting fed up because you know what? Yesterday, in the 3 previous versions, okay, it all happened in Gannon's room. Now it all happened in the storage room. Make your mind up. You banged your head on Gannon's table. You were raped in Gannon's room. Gannon was beat up. He was high-fiving the guy. He was jumping on him. He was loving him. Uncle Matt, he was a Mexican. It all happened in Gannon's room. Now it happened in the storage room. God damn it, T-shirts, make some sense out of this.
That is before the police got there, Albert.
What time did all that happen? What time did that happen?
Police got there.
Tisha, to me, this is all bullshit because none of it makes sense. None of the timeline adds up. Every time you tell it to me, it's more and different details. So, okay. Yeah, fine. Go get your fucking immunity. I hope you get it, because I don't want nothing bad to happen to you. I don't want nothing bad to happen to nobody. I want my son back. So at what point did you call the police? The guy was with you. He was in the house. He was just letting you call the police? Because you said he was in the truck. Well, you, him, and Gannon were in the truck, come back from wherever the fuck you picked him up on the side of the road, and he just jumped in and said, here's a hamburger, take me home or something, whatever. Okay? Yeah. I'm being a goddamn smartass because this is bullshit. Okay? So you're all in the house, and you're just drinking sweet tea, and he's like, I'm holding you at gunpoint, but go ahead and call the police, please. Right? That's your story. That's your story, Tisha. That's your story. Yeah, because initially he was already in the house when you got home with Gannon. That's what you told me initially. I am listening.
Okay, so all right, so assume I believe you now. So Quincy Brown is the one holding Gannon for all the money, and you didn't tell me. So now, all this 3 weeks now, you've known who has my son. You've known he's out to get you or after you or whatever, and you think I'm gonna be okay with me just finding this out after I've been crying my heart out for 3 weeks now? You think that's cool? Because you're worried about your immunity?
Because I'm worried about my what?
Immunity. That's all you said all day long after yesterday when you told me 7 different stories. Today it's immunity. And now I find out Quincy Brown in a red car with boxes has my son and he wants money and you never told me about it. It's like we're playing fucking Clue or something. Or Who's Who. And yes, I'm being a smart ass because I'm tired of this shit.
I don't want nothing with my family and everything and to be there. I begged you to help me for days. I can tell you this. I begged you. You would never have to not be around everybody involved. Never.
You know, it's funny. I'm going to stop you right there because it's funny. You started that statement again with, I just want my family and Gannon. So that's why you keep saying shit like that. No, Gannon is part of your family. He's not an and, he's part of it. That's why I don't believe that shit. You keep saying that. Go ahead.
I am agreeing to I am agreeing to money. Just to get Gannon.
Hey, I'm going to tell you, listen, I know enough about immunity that you're not going to get immunity if you keep lying about this fucking Quincy guy. There's no fucking Quincy guy. There's no Eduardo. There's no Uncle Matt. There's nobody.
Whatever.
Yeah, whatever me all you want to, but there's no fucking Quincy. Yeah. You should have freaking told me about Quincy Brown from the get-go. That's why there's no fucking Quincy Brown.
Really?
Yeah, really, Tisha. This is just blowing my mind here that you sit here and you want to be a family, the 4 of us in Gannon, like you say. You want us to get back together and be all intimate and, blah, 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 blah. But you keep fucking lying to me. 5 years of lying, now my son's gone. Where is Gannon, Tisha? Where the fuck is Gannon, Tisha?
Quincy Brown.
Where? Where's Quincy Brown? He's obviously, you know something about him. Is he in town? Are you in town? Is Gannon in town? Who's anywhere? Nobody knows where anybody is except for you.
Here, you wanted to help. You wanted to listen so we could go have him arrested. But now, you don't have any interest in
I do. I'll let them know as soon as we get off the phone. Go look for a 5'7" Mexican guy named Uncle Matt that changed his name to Quincy Brown that works for the home developer that his ID fell out of his pocket and he's out there with my son. I'll tell him all that.
I found out who he is.
You said you knew who.
They're after me.
Oh my God. Where's Gannon, Tisha?
Quincy Brown took Gannon.
You almost said his name different. Okay, is it Quincy Brown or
Brown is what I said.
where is Gannon?
Right. I think now would be a good time for a break. So we will take our break until 10:45. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And we'll see you at 10:45. All rise for the jury, please. I'm going to pass on. You guys will need a pen for this. The issue that we were talking about earlier, take a look at, and I'm still not asking for an answer. I want you guys to, you'll have some time to look at this, but I also want you to look at these cases. People versus Boykins, 140 Pacific 3rd, 87, and Riggins versus Nevada, 504 US. Okay. It's, actually, I have the Supreme Court citation. It's 112 SCT 1810 1810, decided 1992. So take a look at those. I plan to, and then we'll see if we have some further discussion. Okay. All right, then. Court will be in recess. 10:45. 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch, records should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Not from us right now, Judge.
Defense?
Yes.
So are we going to start with Mr. Stauch back on the stand, or are we moving to, I think it would be Exhibit 39?
Start with Mr. Stauch on the stand, ask some follow-up questions, and then
Okay.
into that.
All right, Mr. Stauch, if you've resumed your seat on the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. And we are resuming with testimony of Mr. Stauch. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Aaron. Mr. Stauch, in that last phone call that we just heard, February 14th, 2020, this is roughly about a little over 2 weeks after Gannon's missing, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, 27, so almost 3 weeks.
In the beginning portion of that phone call, it sounded like the defendant was suggesting that some guy laid down on the road and then got in the truck and Gannon threw up in the back of your truck.
Yes, sir.
When you got back from Oklahoma, did you drive your truck?
I did a few times in those early couple of days of searching.
Was there any puke in your truck?
I don't remember there being even the smell of it. Yes, sir.
In that phone call, you started to press her to get details about whoever this guy was, this dude that she keeps describing. In the call, she uses a Mexican or a black, dark, found out his name. You mentioned the name Aubrey Holmes. What was that all about?
That would have been in the Lord's Ranch neighborhood. I used to see a van, somewhat of the neighborhood headquarters or whatever. That's the home builder, maybe. I don't know specifically, but yeah, that was just a van or cars roaming around the neighborhood for supervision or whatever.
Was that also a reference back to the story the defendant gave that she let one of the guys from the building area come into the house?
Yes.
Okay. And then during this phone call, we hear the name Quincy Brown. Was that the first time you heard the name Quincy Brown?
Yes, sir.
Did you know any Quincy Brown?
No, sir.
Again, similar questions to before. During this particular phone call, did the defendant's personality, was it consistent with the way you knew her personality to be?
Absolutely.
Did she change into any other different personalities during this phone call?
No, sir.
During this phone call, did you know where she was located?
No, sir.
And then there's a lot of reference to immunity from the defendant in this phone call. It's similar to the last call. In your mind, was she asking for immunity because Quincy Brown did something?
That made absolutely no sense to me. So, no.
But was that what she was sort of relaying to you in your mind?
I don't know. In my mind, she was asking for immunity because she did something or knew something that would incriminate her. But she was claiming to know more that would afford her the opportunity to ask for immunity.
Did she ever, during this particular phone call, give you any actionable information that you could pass on to law enforcement that could help the investigation?
No, sir. It seemed like more spin to me.
More spin, you said?
More spin, or more trying to send myself or the investigation in opposite directions.
Okay, thank you. Judge, at this time we would move on to playing People's Exhibit number 39, which is another recorded phone call, again from February 14, 2020 at 12:41 p.m.
All right, Mr. Stauch, you can step down. Thank you, sir.
And this call is just a little under 18 minutes.
That's good. Hey. Are you ready now? Are you ready to talk to me?
I have been talking to you.
Okay, yes, you have. Okay. Where's Gannon? Where's Gannon, Tisha?
I just told you.
No, don't tell me fucking Quincy Brown. Tell me where Gannon is. There's no Quincy Brown. There's no Quincy Brown. Where is Gannon? Where did you take Gannon?
Okay, why don't you put me in a lineup and let you look for it?
Where did you take Gannon? Where is Gannon?
Anywhere.
Yeah, but you told me you did. You told me you took him to Petco and to Douglas County and to back up. Where is Gannon?
You mean so I didn't do it? What's wrong with you?
Where is Gannon, Tisha?
I've already told you. You think you can be this interrogator all you want?
No, I'm not. You're my wife and I'm trying to talk to you.
Hey, you're not trying to talk to me. You're trying to tell me 16 months of what you're trying to do.
Why are you so afraid to just tell me the fucking truth, the real story, just for once, okay? You can tell me you can tell me a bullshit 20 more times. Just right now, tell me the truth. Where is Gannon? You did not tell me where he is. Listen, fuck Quincy Brown. Don't ever say that name to me again because it's bullshit. Eduardo is bullshit, okay? The carpet guy is bullshit.
Quincy Brown took it.
But tomorrow it's going to be somebody different because yesterday was the 3 other different guys. My dumb ass won't go after him. Yeah, my dumb ass won't go after him. Where's Gannon, Tisha?
You told me to tell you who had him and you'll be supportive. You still were doing this.
Listen, I'm not going to sit here and pick this thing apart anymore because it's bullshit. You said this guy had something on you, something blah, blah, blah. Excuse me, blah, 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 blah. You didn't want to tell me his name. Why would you not want to tell me Quincy Brown? Who the fuck is Quincy Brown?
What? He is going to finish the line. The police department has to have a lineup for Quincy Brown in the area.
Did you tell Quincy Brown your name? Okay, did you give him your information? Did he take your phone? How is he messaging you? It's Quincy Brown messaging you. I do, and I'm trying to find it. How is he messaging you when he never, did you tell him, hey, my name's Tisha, my email is TishaLint2006? What the fuck, Tisha?
Did you care? I ain't had something on.
Yes, you ain't answer my question. You ain't answer my question because you know it's bullshit. How does he message you? Like I said, it's probably some Inspector Gadget. This message was self-destruct in 30 seconds, right? Some bullshit like that. He did.
You know what? Talking about.
Likewise. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. This guy messaging you? What the fuck? He don't have your information?
Okay, so he hasn't been outside of himself?
Nope. Throw another one at me. What else hasn't he done? He ain't done shit. Because Quincy Brown don't fucking exist. Yeah, have them check me and Landon. They got all my shit. I turned all my shit in. My car, my phone, my email, my everything. They got all my shit.
They have all mine too.
Okay? So I ain't worried about shit. Give me a place to look for Gannon. Tell me where he is. I'll go fucking look for him. What does Quincy Brown even look like? Is he the 5'7" Mexican? I mean, come on, goddammit. How is he messaging you? You never answered that question either.
I'm getting messages. Ooh, so mysterious.
That's because someone sends you messages, Albert. Doesn't mean it's social media or anything like that.
I didn't say what it was. I asked you what it was.
Certain ways.
So,
You even called it into the FBI.
oh, okay. So, listen. Yeah, right. Yeah, because you knew I wouldn't believe you because it's bullshit. But you're telling me this motherfucker came in there or got in the truck, come home, beat the shit out of you or whatever he did, beat the shit out of Gannon, took Gannon from the storage room or whatever the hell that's all about, and took him, and now he's got, and now he's, yeah, send it to me. Send that shit to me right now, okay? Send me fucking Quincy Brown, okay? Because you're telling me this dude is out there. He knows you know what he looks like, and he's following you, trying to do whatever he's gonna do. He's got everything he needs. But you said that he's following you. When are you gonna send me this damn picture? Are you freaking serious, Tisha? That's Quincy Brown right there. He's dark and Hispanic. He's dark and Hispanic. His name's Quincy Brown, right? A Hispanic guy named Quincy, like he's from South Carolina or something. All right, listen, I'm oh my God. This is great. How did you fucking get a picture of Quincy Brown? You Googled him?
That is who he is.
Okay, listen. Send me, screenshot your Google search. Let me see it. Now, screenshot me where you pulled it. Yeah, however you got Quincy. Oh, guess what? Quincy probably sent you that picture in one of his messages, right? He said, hey, just in case they're looking for me, here's my latest photo.
You're a fucking dumbass.
I am a dumbass, and I need my son, and you got him. Who's got him then? Ain't fucking Quincy Brown.
You could be a fucking all the time it would is. Well, bitch, you ain't doing that so far, you can.
I am a punk. You're right. I just want my son. You can call me a punk. You can say whatever you want to say to me. Okay? I just want.
Quincy then.
Where can I find Quincy to question him?
I don't fucking know. This president of the police department can do it.
You're killing me, Tisha.
I'm not killing you.
Well, where's my son, Tisha? This is the same fucking bullshit conversation we had for days and weeks about that $8,000 you took from me. And I said, where's the money? Where's the money? And then 2 weeks later, oh, I took it. I'm so sorry, blah, blah, blah. It's the same shit we're doing again.
You dumbass.
Yeah, I am a dumbass, but it's the same fucking conversation. Where's my son, Tisha?
Quincy has it. Do you know him? Fucking go find him.
Apparently you do, because he's got something against you. Okay? Yeah.
If you talk to me,
Hey, guess what? I'm calling bullshit. I just Googled that shit, and that's a fucking mugshot like I fight Mike Hyatt on. Mugshot. Way to go, Tisha. You found Quincy Brown on a mugshot. God damn it. This is just getting better and better and better.
it's a mugshot because he's probably been in jail before, you dumbass.
Yeah. So he just picked you out of the blue because you just happened to be in Douglas County up there, and he was laying in the street, and Quincy said, oh, wow, that looks like an easy target. I'm going to steal her son at Great Prairie and go all the way to freaking wherever. And then how did he leave? Nobody saw him leave. What the fuck are you talking about?
You dumbass.
Oh, that's right, because he was there till midnight while the neighborhood search party was going on. Come on, Tisha.
The Christmas party was not even going on at that time.
Okay, guess what? I know that's fun. They searched all through the night. He said, while you were sitting your ass in the house. You were sitting in the house, sitting Harley and Lane out to look for him. The search party of the fucking neighborhood was out. And Quincy Brown was out there and nobody saw him. I tell you what you're going to need to do. You're going to need to figure out what you're going to do when they find Gannon. Because that's what you need to worry about. When they find Gannon, no matter what's happened to the boy or where he's at, when they find him, you better get to stepping because you got to worry about what's going to happen. Okay?
Really?
Yeah. No, I'm telling you about the police.
Okay. That's how you want to take it in. You don't want any help this
Yeah,
time.
because we're going to find him. And how the hell would you know they're barking up the wrong tree? You keep saying they're looking in the wrong place.
You don't ask me.
But that doesn't make any sense. They're looking where you supposedly told them Quincy Brown got in the truck at. What the fuck, Tisha? That's the exact tree they're looking at.
I said me. I was talking about me.
Yeah, but you keep saying no. That's not true. You said
He hasn't.
you told me yesterday they're looking at Palmer Lake and Douglas County and all these fields and they're barking up the wrong tree. That's what you told me, not anybody else.
He has to be Colorado Springs.
Where at? How do you know where he's at if you don't know Quincy Brown? If you're not involved, if you don't know what's going on,
Not involved.
you just fucking told on yourself. You just told on yourself. You know where Gannon's at. You're fucking lying.
I don't know where Gannon's at.
You just said he's in Colorado Springs.
Quincy Brown lives in Colorado Springs. Apparently.
Now you're fucking twisting the words again, Tisha. Okay, where's Gannon?
I don't have Gannon. You can curse me out, call me whatever you want, fuck all the bitches you want, do whatever you want, because I don't care about you.
Good. I don't want you to. You got my son, and you know where he's at, and I need to find my son. You obviously don't care about my son if you're going to do all the things you did in that fucking candle video. That was bullshit. That's the same shit you tried to do to me, and you did it to my son. That was horrible. You should go to jail just for that shit, Tisha.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That's fucking abuse, and you know it. And that little boy, no, you had him crying, but all he thought he had made was an accident, and you had him thinking he was going to have to sell his Switch and his toys on the fucking video you put out there. I didn't see that. You put it out there. That's your fucking abuse.
You think he was going to sell his Switch?
Yeah, that's, or what, that was where it was going, the couch, or we're going to throw this or that. I heard your words. And I heard you make him cry, too. Where's my son?
Crying.
Where's my son? Where is it, Tisha? Why are you pausing?
You don't pretty bad. It don't matter.
I do care. I told you where I think he's at. You told me he wasn't there. You said they're barking up the wrong tree, and then you said he is in Colorado Springs. You said that. Not me. Not the police. Not nobody else. You said it. That's why you said they're barking up the wrong tree, because you know where he's at. And you need to tell me.
I wish I did.
You're a fucking liar. Tell me where he's at.
I wish I did that I bring him to you and say to you, oh, you really were a supportive husband.
You listen. This is the same shit that we've been going through for 5 years, and I've supported you
That's all
through
you
it.
ever want to do is talk about me and Albert.
No, I want my son. Fuck all that other shit. I want my son. Who cares about the past 5 years? You're right. Who gives a fuck?
Right now, and I have absolutely nothing to do with it. You still fucking blame it on me.
But Tisha, that's just not an option. You've lied to me. Okay, well, I'm not blaming you, but you've lied to me. That's unacceptable. Okay, the truth is, I need my son, and you have information.
Sorry, I didn't want to get killed. Hey, I'm sorry.
So you didn't want to get killed, so you let him take Gannon? Or why? What?
Talking about my talking from the beginning.
But you were talking from the beginning. You did an interview from day one. Okay? So, no.
I didn't want to get killed. I didn't want everyone I knew to get killed if I started talking and
some fucking random Quincy Brown, okay? Come on. Some Quincy Brown from mugshots is going to kill us all.
Have you looked him up?
Yeah, he's on fucking mugshots right there on Google. All you gotta do is Google or Siri, show me Quincy Brown, and there he is, bam, right in front of you, okay? What the fuck, teacher?
Okay.
Just like I found all that shit on Mike Hyatt, all I had to do was Google Mike Hyatt, and there it was, right in front of me. I didn't have to do no search. It was right there. Because I'm telling you, I'm not fucking stupid. That's what I'm telling you.
You want to go after all options, then you must be fucking stupid.
Yeah, I'm stupid to let you send me in 27 different directions. You're right. That's stupid. You're absolutely right. I know that you know where Gannon is, and that's the direction I'm going, and I'm not changing. So you better buckle in. It's going to be it.
You'll be waiting a long time because I don't have.
I didn't say you had him. It's just, see, that's where you keep twisting your words. I didn't say you had him. I said, tell me where it is. Oh, okay.
Damn time.
Okay.
Because and I don't know where he's at. That every day.
But you just said he's in Colorado Springs, so make your mind up. So, yeah, fine, we'll do that. My manhood is not in question here. The truth is in question here. Okay? You said Quincy Brown is in Colorado Springs, and you say Quincy Brown has Gannon because the message you do wants a reward. Okay? So if you put it, that's a message. Okay. I'm not gonna split hairs with you about stupid shit now. He got word to you somehow. He said something to you somehow. Okay? But you told me he has him. He's let you know he had him, and he's in Colorado Springs, and he wants money. Okay? But then you say, I don't know where Gannon's at. Which one is it?
He says he has Gannon.
He says he has Gannon, and he's in Colorado Springs.
But you would even be willing to put my life on the line to freaking go out carrying to wear the baseball beats and on and somebody might shoot me.
All right, listen, I'm about to end my rope here. Okay? You're fucking lying, and I'm done with it. Okay?
Okay.
You haven't even told me where you're at. I mean, there's so many freaking lies. You say help protect me. God damn it, you're not in Colorado Springs, Letecia. Send me your location right now. You can send me your location right now. Fucking playing. Send it to me on my phone. Take a picture.
You want me to send you my location?
I've offered. Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yep. All right, listen. Obviously, this gap between us ain't getting no closer because you won't tell me where my son is. So I'm done. You got anything else to say before I hang up on you? Good. Don't email me. Don't call me. Don't message me. Don't use my name in the media. Don't say shit about me until you tell me where my son is.
Mr. Stauch, in that particular phone call, you made a comment about the candle incident and that the defendant was doing the same thing again that she did to you. What were you talking about?
Manipulation.
Meaning the defendant manipulating situations?
The defendant manipulated situations as I witnessed in that video are doing to Gannon.
There was, sounds like potentially the defendant sent you a text message to tell you who this Quincy Brown was. Did that happen? In that phone call?
Yes, sir.
Did you then do a Google search for Quincy Brown?
I believe I did on the spot, yes, sir.
And what did you find when you Googled Quincy Brown?
Exactly what I referenced. I call it mugshots, but like lineup.com or mugshots.com, whatever it was specifically. But his face next to a bunch of other people that have been arrested.
Was that essentially a sex offender that was wanted in the Colorado Springs area?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have any independent knowledge that Quincy Brown was somehow involved in Gannon's disappearance?
No, sir.
You asked the defendant in there, or actually the defendant, I'm sorry, said that she was in Colorado Springs. Did you know where she was at that time?
No, sir.
Did you think she was in Colorado Springs?
No, sir.
And then similar to the other calls, her personality that she was using in that phone call, was it consistent with the way you know her?
Absolutely.
Did she ever change into a different personality?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to People's Exhibit 40, which is another recorded phone call, February 14th, 2020, 1:21 p.m.
Mr. Stauch, you go ahead and step down.
And this is just short of 16 minutes, Judge.
Okay.
Got my peanut butter sandwich.
I need mine too. Hello?
Are you still wrong?
What?
You still wrong?
Yes. Okay, here, you asked for one more chance. Here it is. I'm gonna shut up. You just say what you gotta say. I ain't gonna say shit. It's your chance.
What's that noise?
That's my water bottle.
Do you love me?
Yes.
Oh. All right. If you has an accident, are you going to stand by me?
Yes, absolutely, Tisha. I told you that from day one.
I'm sorry for all the stories. I just didn't know what to do. So we were going to get your bike. I didn't get it right. It was really big.
What? I didn't hear you. What?
You said when you fell, you got hurt. And there was like green heels and stuff. The guy was helping him on the bike.
Tisha, babe, what? How bad did he get hurt?
What he was bleeding.
Where was he bleeding from?
His arms and knees and hands.
So his head was bleeding? And this, oh God.
He promised me he was going to come back to his house and get two bandages and call 911 because we accidentally left her mom in Petco.
So what happened, baby? So the guy took him to take him to 911? The Craigslist guy? And you met him where? Like up in wherever that so keep going. I'm sorry. In my truck? Why would I hate you if it wasn't your fault? Okay. So start over. This is really hard to hear. Okay. So you left Petco.
Don't talk to me like that. Were you going to go down this road and chastise me and tell me?
I'm not. You're telling me the truth now.
Should I call my job?
Okay, and I believe you now, because this. Thank you for telling me the truth. This means the world to me, and where was this at? Like, what exit? You mentioned the exit yesterday. What exit was this at?
163. I don't know. It's on my phone.
Okay, so if you can reach out to them and then give you your phone, then they can find it, right? Can you think of a landmark? Just like, help me find him, babe. Just help me, because I can go search. I can go right now and search.
That's the only reason I asked for your immunity because I didn't do it tonight. I wasn't trying to cover up anything. I was trying to figure out why he took you. He said something like he's so nervous and all after something. They would start looking for him.
When the guy.
I wanted to try to break out and he needed help because the pipe was too big. And you want to know why I've been gone? Why my car is in that direction? I've been driving up and down there all the time until they took my car. Driving to do anything I can find, anything. Driving to find this dude. To the police department, and they're like, yeah, because he's wanted. If you know where he's at, let me know. So nobody tried to help me. Because before I would do anything, I made him show me his ID. Because I was making sure.
But TJ, hold on. You went to his house? Where did you meet this guy at? Quincy Brown or whatever? Because if you went to his house, they thinking.
Please, please.
I'm listening.
I need to tell you.
Okay.
And he said to me that he would be off that exit when I turn off that. You can look.
Okay.
It's not the exit left. I thought that was direction, but he thought I was coming from south, being from north. So I turned off right and went towards the other direction. And I didn't see anyone with a bike in a store.
Okay. So there was a store.
He said there was a store. I said I didn't see the store.
Oh,
So I went the other direction.
I got you.
When I went the other direction, I see him with the bike. And I said, hey, there's the guy with the bike. And I made him show me his ID. And legit, we talked. Some kind of biking. And this was a tour bike. And I got a little nervous because I said, why would he have some tour bike and he's trying to sell it? You know, like, I was asking him questions like, did you not ride anymore? Did you get hurt? You know, like these stories I was asking him. Then I realized I didn't have the phone because I had left it at Petco. So then, it was like high-fiving him and talking to him and stuff like that. So I assumed, you know, nice guy. Until he was taking care of him, just helping him get on the bike to ride it. I was holding on to it just so he could see, and he was like, do you think your daddy will like this bike? And the next thing you know, whenever they like both slid, he slid with Cannon and the bike, and Cannon like went, not necessarily tumble, but slide down, and he hit his head, and I ran over there. I was just trying to help because I don't want to hurt him or something. He was like, I live right up here, I'm gonna take him, and we'll go. He's still sitting there crying and crying. Let me get off the exit. That's why I've been adamant about you finding this dude.
All right. So so you got off exit 163.
No, it was on whatever county line or some shit like that was
Oh,
called.
that county line road or whatever we always take. It was on that road.
No, you had to turn off of that road. I went the wrong way to start with, so I turned right. He thought I was going for the direction I was supposed to turn right.
But this was the exit off 25 that you turned the wrong way, or off of County Line Road?
Off the 25, you can get off and go both directions.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to narrow it down so I can go look, but so was there anything else besides you said he scraped his knees, he scraped his elbows, he busted his head, and he had the burns on his arms.
Well, there was some bad burns, Albert. The burns were just little bubbles from the fire. That had nothing to do with it. Now maybe it could have like scraped him open or something because he already had them, but Anna was fine. He was talking to me. He wasn't complaining on any kind of pain. I would have took him straight to the doctor if the burns would have had any kind of pain to him.
Okay.
Only reason I didn't ask you for any kind of immunity because I committed some kind of crimes. Just know there was an accident. All I did was someone was trying to help me. And then I didn't know where he went from there.
What? So, the one I'm worried the most about is the freaking head wound because what was it? How bad was he bleeding?
It's pretty bad.
It was pretty bad. Like it was. Tell me bad. Is bad like blood's dripping down his face, or bad like he's laying there and there's a puddle, or what?
Like dripping down his face.
Well, did you do anything to wrap around his head or anything?
Yes, my clothes I had on had blood on them.
The clothes you had on?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh. So
I overtold,
was this on the road or was this at the station? Like where?
I'm gonna explain where. I don't know how we're around Colorado.
Okay, I was just trying to figure out if there's blood on the road. Maybe we can find blood on the road or something. That's all I was saying. Okay. I agree. I agree they should find it. So where on his head? Like was it the side or back of his head? What?
I don't know. I was panicked.
Okay, so you were panicking. So an accident happened and you panicked, right?
I was panicking.
Okay,
Oh,
right. And did he have a phone?
he said he would run back to his house. He had cannon, so he'd run back to his house, wrap it up tight, and he would call 911.
Okay.
He was talking.
Okay. So he took Gannon to his house, is what he told you, right? And you did you stay where you were? Did you follow him or what? Babe.
We'll just have Mr. Stauch.
Mr. Stauch, is he stand? I might be certain that you're still under oath.
Judge, I'm not sure if I said it, but that was actually exhibit number 40 that we played, which was that for the 14.
Thank you.
Mr. Stauch, in this particular phone call, you hear the defendant sounding potentially like crying. Did that sound like legitimate crying to you?
It did to me.
You made a comment that you're telling me the truth now. Was that an honest statement to you or from you, or was this you trying to get her to just keep talking?
Yeah, more of a tactic to keep her going.
As you're talking to the defendant in that particular phone call, was her personality consistent with the way you knew her personality?
Yes, sir.
Did she change to any different personalities during that phone call?
No, sir.
Is this the first time in this phone call that the defendant gives you any indication that Gannon suffered a head injury?
Yes, this is the first indication of his head injury. Yes, sir.
And then in conjunction with other injuries that she mentioned, that was burns to his arms that bubbled, and then also bleeding from his butt very early on.
Yes, sir.
In that phone call, do you remember when the defendant describes having blood on her clothes and using her clothing to stop the bleeding on Gannon's head?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see anything that corroborated that version of the story, such as any clothes with bloodstains on them? When you got home from Oklahoma?
I did not.
I looked for People's Exhibit 49.
You may go ahead.
You recognize what is marked as People's Exhibit 49?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's a book full of text messages between myself and the defendant.
is the date range for this particular group of text messages, basically February 29th through March 1st of 2020. If you look at the timestamps on them.
Yes, it is.
Are those fair and accurate representations of the text messages that she sent, or at least came from her phone and that you responded with?
Yes, sir.
All right, move for admission of People's Exhibit 49.
Defense. Exhibit 49 will be admitted. Go ahead.
May I approach the witness with People's Exhibit 206?
Yes.
Judge, for the record, as Mr. Stauch first, before I start that, flip through that and then let me know when you're done. And Judge, what we're doing with this particular exhibit is just pre-qualification. His portion of these text messages will actually admit this later to a different witness.
Okay.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes, sir.
What do you recognize that as?
It's communications between myself and Harley's phone.
Harley Hunt.
Harley Hunt.
Okay.
Between our phone.
And what I'm asking you specifically for your portion of this exhibit, the text messages that came from you or from your phone, do those appear to be fair and accurate representations of your communications?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to retrieve that.
Yes.
Mr. Stauch, how much time did you spend with this defendant? Just total time from the start of your relationship until all of this happened?
Like we mentioned yesterday, we started dating in early 2014, so roughly 6 years.
During that time, did you spend a lot of in-person time with her?
Absolutely.
Did that give you an opportunity to observe her mental condition?
Yes, sir.
Besides just, we all have different weird idiosyncrasies. Did you ever see anything that went beyond just our own individual personality traits in the defendant?
No, sir.
Did you ever see an opportunity or have an opportunity to observe the defendant, whether she could understand the difference between right and wrong?
Absolutely.
Can you tell the jury about that?
Obviously, throughout our relationship, I think two moments immediately preceding January 27th, she took the kids the defendant took the kids on a hike. She made it there safely. Kids made it home safely. Obviously from my knowledge, didn't get a ticket, so obeyed all of the traffic laws on the way there and the way back. Even that morning of the 27th, we talked about Gannon and the switch, as we've seen with some text messages. Some right and wrong issues there about how we disciplined him with taking the switch away for whatever his offense was in that moment. And I communicated with the defendant about that punishment specifically and how to manage that. After the events of the 27th, I just think too how much the defendant pressed me about what was right in our relationship, how I should take her side and what was right and wrong and how I was managing that whole piece of it. Something that stands out more than anything is, as the defendant said to me in one of these phone calls, I think when we heard yesterday, that she didn't allow Lena back in the house when Lena got home from school. I don't know any reason why she would have not allowed Lena back in the house. I don't know. There's something going on that she didn't want Lena to see. If there was nothing going on in that house, why could Lena not have come in the house that day when she got home from school?
Okay, and we're going to get more into that in just a minute, but I appreciate you bringing that up. You lived with her in South Carolina, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you need a cup of water or anything?
I'm okay.
Okay. You lived with the defendant in South Carolina Colorado, also spent time with her in Alaska. Did the defendant follow the laws in all of those places?
Yes, sir.
You went on trips. You mentioned that yesterday. Who would typically plan the trips?
She would plan and organize just about every trip or vacation we went on, and she was very good at it, and was able to get us to the port on time for cruises, to the terminal on time for plane trips, and organize rental cars. We always get it there and back on time. I mean, always exactly what we needed to do.
So she was able to set up an itinerary and then follow the itinerary,
Sir,
with no troubles.
no.
You mentioned, the discipline with the Switch, Gannon's gaming system. Was it very typical for her to be engaged with disciplining the kids, both Gannon, Lena, and even Harley, if she did?
Yes, sir.
Can you give the jury some examples of that beyond just the Switch?
Well, that was just our typical source of punishment, was to take away iPad or Switch or our TV time if they didn't follow the rules or didn't do chores as was prescribed to them. She was also had a very, very meticulous about the kids' schedule. Hey, when you get home, this is the right thing to do. You come home, come in the house, have your snack, do your homework, and there was, not rewards necessarily, but repercussions if they didn't follow that prescribed schedule for them on a daily basis.
What about during the time frame so if we're going to narrow the scope of what we're talking about here, Mr. Stauch, the time frame as we get to January 2020, and especially that Saturday night when you left up to DIA, did you ever have any concerns that she was having this crack in her mental health?
No, sir.
What would you have done if you had observed some major crack in her mental health?
I would not have gone on that trip. I did have the flexibility to cancel my training and move it to another time if need be. I would not have left the house and not left the kids there if I had any concerns or if she showed signs of a mental crack approaching.
And at any time during your relationship with the defendant, did you ever see her have some major crack in her mental health condition?
No, sir.
Did you know her to have any severe mental illnesses?
No, sir.
I want to ask you what you just got into a little bit ago, and that is in relation to January 27th. Was there a period of time in the afternoon of that day when you were trying to get a hold of the defendant?
Yes, sir.
How were you trying to get a hold of her?
I remember making a phone call or two. I don't remember how many specifically, but that were just not answered.
And also text messages?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever get an answer during that window of time from mid-afternoon of the 27th?
No, I don't remember specifically when. I know at some point in that afternoon we had a conversation about I wanted some new headphones, and we talked about what an appropriate price range would be and where is a good place for me to go look, whether I was on base or at the PX or the Apple Store or whatever. So once again, another conversation about what is right, wrong, appropriate. But I don't remember specifically when that happened. I just remember it was that afternoon after I got out of class.
When you look back on it now, does that seem significant to you?
It was as soon as all this started happening, that was a very significant moment.
Does that coincide with your understanding of when what you just described, that the defendant would not let Lena in the house after getting home from school? Is that the same time frame?
Is the same. I don't know exactly when that conversation happened. I'd have to see a timestamp on that.
Okay.
But generally in the same time frame, Monday afternoon, January 27th, 2020.
Okay. All right, may I have just a moment?
You may.
So, Mr. Stauch, the last thing I wanted to say for you was, what is your opinion as to the defendant's stand at the time of this event, and just generally speaking?
I believe she's is and was 100% absolutely sane based on all the things I witnessed and I've laid out. I have no other indication for anything else.
And when you say it that way, are you talking about in the totality of your relationship?
From the time I met her till even today.
Okay. And then very specifically to when you left on January 26th, January 25th, you left the house on that Saturday. What is your opinion as to her sanity on January 25th?
100% sane.
What about January 26th?
Same thing, 100% sane.
And January 27th when Gannon went missing? Okay, thank you. That's all I had, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Tellini. Sure. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take our lunch break early, and then we will come back for cross-examination. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 1 o'clock, we should be able to start on time at 1 o'clock. So again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do any research about any aspect of this case. And with that, we will see you at 1 o'clock. All rise for the jury, please. You may be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. With that, we will take our new recess and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
All right.
let's go ahead and bring the jury. Start that camera. Yeah, that was the one that she was working on. Start that one. That's you, right? Yeah. Yep. No, you got it. Oh, you're right. Take that back in. All right, the jury, please. Thank you, Mel. Be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 for People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When we took our break this morning, we had finished the direct examination of Mr. Stauch. At this point in time, the defense has an opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Stauch, and that's where we will begin. Mr. Tellini. Good afternoon, sir.
I know this is emotional and difficult, so I'm going to try to keep my questions somewhat brief. If at any time you don't understand any of my questions, just ask me to repeat them. A lot of my questions will be kind of yes or no answers. And if there's anything that you need to elaborate on, once I'm done, Mr. Allen's going to be able to get up and ask you what's called redirect. And so be able to, anything that you think needs to be added on or clarified, Mr. Allen will have the opportunity. Yes, sir. I want to kind of go back. I'm going to do this somewhat chronologically. I'm going to go back to 2014 when you first met Ms. Stauch. And at that point in time, you were going through a divorce, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that it had kind of been initiated but not finalized legally.
In South Carolina, there was a 1 year waiting period, in a no fault type divorce situation, and we were in that period.
Okay, so you guys had been separated, but you're waiting for the legality of the divorce to be.
Yeah, the final date.
Okay. Yes, and were you in the military at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also one of the things that you did for enjoyment and recreation is you played softball.
Yes, sir.
How many teams did you play on?
I couldn't even give you a number. We played year round.
Okay.
Myself and Landon and the defendant, co-ed, men's, women's league, whatever. We played year round pretty much.
And that's when you first met Ms. Stauch?
Yes, on that fall 2013 team is the first time I ever remember having interactions with her.
And she was a pretty good softball player?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, later on, when you guys moved here, she ended up actually helping coach out the Whitefield softball.
Yes, sir.
And then in the spring, summer of 2014, the relationship progressed to a romantic relationship.
Yes, sir.
And at that point in time, you were kind of more or less living by yourself.
Well, as I explained yesterday, I still owned my house.
Yeah.
Call it the marital residence with Landon, and which sold in the August timeframe. So I was we had every other week custody arrangement with Landon at that point. So I was in my house 1 week at a time.
And then after you moved from your house, then Landon kind of was the primary caretaker, custodian of Deanna and Landon, correct?
She had the majority of the parenting time and the custody arrangement. Yes.
Okay. And then they would come with you guys for a weekend here. A weekend. Was it every weekend or every other weekend? Or
I got them, if I remember correctly, I got them every Wednesday night and then every other weekend. Okay. My parenting time, and I usually pick them up from school, drop them off back at school the next day or whatever.
And you guys were all living, this is all in Myrtle Beach, correct?
In that general area. Landon was a little bit outside of Myrtle Beach, but yeah, we were all in that general area.
Okay. And I think you described, yesterday especially, at the beginning, the relationship was fun, fresh, and it was a good time. And it was, that'd be correct?
Yes, sir.
And it seemed to progress pretty quickly.
Yes, sir.
And then, so you start dating kind of in 2014, and then by 2015, you guys had moved in.
Yeah, we got married in January 2015.
Okay. Moved pretty quickly. And then at some point in time, you ended up filing for you to be the primary custodian parent of Gannon. Yes. And you did that because you had some safety concerns.
Just some reservations about different things Landon was doing, and so I took it to the courts. Yes, sir.
I mean, you had some concerns that there's criminal activity going on in her house.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you had some concerns about drug use going on.
Yes, sir.
I'll bring it up.
think where it's going.
And you had some concerns about, is it Mike Hyatt or Quinn?
Hyatt.
And that was the person who you're just referencing those phone calls, right?
Yes, sir.
That you looked up and you'd seen his mugshots.
Yes, sir.
And that's who Landon was living with.
Who was living
With Landon, that's who Landon was living with.
Landon? As far as I know, yes, sir.
Okay. And you thought it would be, because of those safety concerns, you wanted Gannon and Landon to come live with you and Miss Stauch.
Yes, sir.
Because you thought that would be a safer environment for your two children.
Yes, sir.
And when you filed for custody, it wasn't just custody for you, but also Miss Stauch was given custody as well.
When I filed for it, or when I filed for it, it was between me and Landon. So just to clarify.
Okay, but then she was eventually legally granted custody.
There was an arrangement where the kids in 2018, in the fall semester of 2018, we owned a house in Myrtle Beach, as I referenced yesterday. Because the defendant did not want to permanently move to Alaska, we kept that other residence as well. And the kids did stay there with the defendant for most of the first semester, or that fall semester.
So for the entire fall semester while you were in Alaska, Miss Stauch was a primary caregiver and custodian of the two kids.
In Myrtle Beach, yes, sir.
Yes. And part of that also was so that they could also be in proximity with their mother as well.
Yeah, it's more complicated than the defendant just got custody of the kids. There's almost
A lot of factors.
a lot of variables.
But you felt comfortable and you felt that was a safer environment for them to be with Miss Stauch as opposed to being with Landon.
At the time, yes, sir.
At that point in time, you're dealing with her based upon what you knew of her and based upon what you knew was going on with Landon.
Yes, sir.
And also, right at that point in time, when this kind of custody, shifted from Landon to you and Miss Stauch, that's initially when you enroll Gannon in counseling.
No, sir. That would have been after we moved to Colorado. As I testified yesterday, January of 2019 is when that began. Well, I didn't get here till February, so in that late winter, early spring portion of 2019. So you're talking 3 to 6 months later.
Do you remember kind of that back in January of 2020, January 28th, 29th, you sat down, you had an interview with Detective Mark Riley? Yes. Do you remember telling Detective Riley, as soon as me and my ex split up, got divorced, and I got custody, I started taking them to counseling?
I don't remember saying that. If you have
Are you
a transcript
looking
or something, I can look at.
4702? You're aware that, you've had a lot of interaction with this fellow, and you're aware that a
lot of the interviews that the Pasco County Sheriffs, as well as many of these phone calls that they made transcripts of.
Yes, sir.
We're looking at that transcript, refresh your recollection.
Absolutely.
Okay, Brooke? Not refresh your recollection.
I mean, if that's a transcript of it, then yes, that's what I said.
So that indicates to you that you told the detective back then that you began into counseling right after the custody split, and you did that primarily because of the custody issue.
Yeah, and I don't know why I said that specifically, but Dr. Burchak I referenced in this, that again until as I stated, late winter, early spring 2019. So,
And I think it's fair You had some fairly tough Saturday, most that you got in early Sunday morning into Oklahoma.
Yes. No, it was Sunday afternoon by the time I got there.
Okay.
Because remember when I got off the plane, the defendant shared the news about Kobe Bryant passing.
Well, that's right.
So it was in the afternoon at some point.
Did you get Kobe Bryant name?
I don't remember. I mean, I think so. I don't remember that sticking out more. Derek Jeter was her, and the Yankees was the defendant's super fan.
But so you had fairly decent communication with her for most of Sunday.
I believe so. Yeah.
Nothing seemed out of the ordinary.
Nothing out of the ordinary Sunday.
She let you know that she took Gannon and Lena on a hike in Garden of Gods.
I believe so. I believe we talked about that. Yes, sir.
And she actually posted a photo of that on Instagram.
I don't know where she posted that photo, Mr. Tony.
You remember talking again with Detective Riley?
At this point?
Yeah, I mean, sorry. She posted after this. You talked to Detective Riley.
I didn't even know Detective Riley existed until I got back home and Gannon was already allegedly missing.
So sometimes, like if you're saying you don't remember something, I'm going to re-reference your interview with Detective Riley and then show you a transcript where you talked about whatever I'm talking about to Detective Riley. Okay, so just for procedure, so you know what when I'm jumping back to that's why.
I understand. I just don't understand your question.
Okay.
We were on Sunday talking about Kobe Bryant, and then you jumped to. You remember talking to Detective Riley again? So could you clarify?
Absolutely. And thank you. So I said if I ask you back a question, thank you for clarifying. You had told Detective Riley that she had posted that photo on her Instagram. Okay.
If I said that and you have a transcript of it, then I'm not denying it.
Would you recognize that photo?
If you showed it to me, I'd more than likely.
Or if you want to mark the sensitivity. Go ahead.
Yes, sir, I recognize that photo.
And that was a photo that she posted that Sunday on her Instagram.
If you're telling me that, then yes. I don't see anything on here indicating Instagram and the date timestamp, but I have no reason to deny that. So.
Your Honor, move for admission of defense exhibit A. That is the admitted purpose. For that limited purpose. She also indicated that he was.
Would you like this back, Mr.
We could.
I don't want to sit right in front of me.
She indicated to you that he was having some stomach problems,
Yes, sir.
and that wasn't unusual. Sometimes he would have stomach.
That was common.
She indicated to you that she was going to keep him home from school on Monday.
Yes, sir.
And at the point in time when she said that, that seemed somewhat normal.
Keeping him home from school didn't seem normal, but the fact that he had a stomach issue and if it was to the point of, embarrassment or whatever, then that was absolutely acceptable.
Okay. And part of it, he would worry about incontinence at school, like he was worried about having an accident at school. That wasn't a worry that he had.
At that point, I don't believe that was a worry of his. He typically was able to manage it well and then deal with it at home. I mean, he was 11 years old at that point, so.
And you commented to Detective Riley. Then Monday she kept him home because it didn't. We got to give him some medicine to help clean him out until he gets past that.
And that was a common practice. Yes.
So he would get blocked up, and you give him Miralax to get everything out, and then he would be okay.
Yes, sir.
She had also let you know about the candle in the carpet that night on Sunday.
Sunday, January 26th.
Yes.
I believe that's when that conversation happened. Yes, sir.
And Gannon was concerned. He was worried that he was going to get grounded for a year.
All of that came from the defendant. I never spoke to Gannon about his grounding. I received messages from his phone about it, but I never spoke to him directly about that at that point.
That Monday comes and you don't have, there's some communication, maybe not as much as normal, and then you get notified that Gannon hasn't come. And I imagine at some point, that sent you, into.
Well, I mean, to be clear, I was in military school and training,
Sure.
so when you say not normal, it was actually normal for what I was doing at the time.
Okay, I mean, I'm saying when Gannon doesn't come home, and it's getting to the point where it's much later than what normal for him to come home, even being out late. And so, I mean, you start getting very nervous.
Absolutely, because my son's not home as he should be.
No, absolutely. And then the next morning you got on a flight and you got back to Puerto Rico.
Absolutely.
And when you get back, initially, there's some things that seem weird about things that don't add up about what Miss Stauch is telling you. But initially, you think that you guys are all on the same page trying to find it.
What things are you referencing?
The rental car.
Of her getting a rental car?
Yeah.
Yeah, that seemed odd.
That seemed odd, but nothing that you're not suspecting of anything at that point in time. It just seems weird that she's picking you up.
Yeah, her picking me up in a rental car was absolutely weird. Yes, sir.
When you have some interviews, again, with law enforcement and so forth.
What specific interviews are you referencing?
You had a couple different ones. The first one, I believe it was at Starbucks, but it was with Detective Bethel.
There was a few, Detective Riley, Detective Bethel, and I think one other representative was there at Starbucks with myself and the defendant. Yes, sir.
And you're trying to figure out anything, where again would be if somebody would take them, anything like that, and you're talking.
I'm doing whatever I can for my son at that point, all during that time frame. Yes, sir.
And at some point in time, you even had thought maybe like it could be Layden or it could be Mike.
I don't remember ever having the thought that Landon was involved in any way. She, regardless of opinions about her, she loved her children. Mike Hyatt, I have no comment on that. I don't think I ever suspected that either.
Do you remember telling Detective Bethel, the mom's married to a guy that's got a lot of trouble with the law? And that was one of my first instincts, was like when the come and go came up and they said that he would walk all nonchalant and everything was normal, like the dude was here or something. Because he's got a lot of trouble in his background. So like it came to my mind. It was worth putting down. I don't know if anything is legit.
And that's exactly what I said. It came to my mind, and I didn't know if
Okay.
anything was legit. So it's exactly what I just said.
Yeah. And then as that kind of goes on and everything like that, stuff just starts based on what Miss Stauch is telling you. It's not accurate.
Repeat that, please, sir.
As this kind of day goes on, the days are progressing, the things that Miss Stauch is telling you about your son and where he might be, it's starting to not add up.
Yeah, starting with the rental car, as we've already addressed, it starts to not add up.
And then when you see that her car is not at French Elementary, like I said, was kind of, I think what you testified yesterday, that was kind of a pivotal moment for you.
Yes, sir.
And then you go down to the police station, you want her to come down as well, and she won't come down to meet you at the sheriff's station.
Just to clarify, she was supposed to be the one to go to the police station. The defendant was.
Yeah.
The first time I went down there, I went in her stead because they asked to bring something to get his DNA or whatever. And I said, he's my son. I'm going to take it down there and I'm going to, lead the charge, if you will, whatever. And then, so I went down there, and that's when the first interview took place. Just to clarify.
And then after that, though, you come back again, and my understanding, you were trying to get her to come down, even on that second interview, come down to the police station or the sheriff's station.
When you say re-interviewed, you mean me or the
Her.
defendant? I don't know when she was interviewed the first time or at all. I just know I went twice. The first time, as I indicated, when she was supposed to go, the defendant was supposed to go. The second time, that evening was after I had discovered the defendant's car was not where she claimed it to have been.
And then her family, leaves the house, initially she doesn't take all her stuff. She just goes to a hotel, correct?
Miss Tilly, I have no clue where she went.
She doesn't. She's no longer coming to your house.
After that would have been, let me see if I get these dates right. The 27th was Monday. I think this would have been Wednesday the 29th. After she left, I don't remember her coming back until she came to get her stuff.
Okay. And how many days after that did she come to get her stuff?
I don't remember a specific date.
But I mean, it's in that first week though.
I don't remember a specific date, Mr. Tilly. If you have it, then I don't know.
No, it's fine. And she had family members that are helping her move out.
We did have a few meetings.
Okay. And then you don't ever, until I think what you said after that point, you don't see her from then, until.
I don't believe I saw her again after she left. After she got her stuff, that within that first week, whatever the date was, until she showed up for the first court hearing after she was arrested. The defendant, that is.
Now, between then and then, I think the first pre-recorded phone call we heard was on February 13th. Had you been in communication with her?
To some degree, yes.
Was it primary text messages, phone calls?
I think it was just a mix of emails, texts, phone calls. I don't remember specifically. I know there was a wide range of methods.
And at least, I mean, would it be fair to say by the time that you're doing these phone calls with her, I mean, you're convinced at that point in time she's the person responsible for your son being missing?
At minimum, a person of interest, if you will, but
Yeah.
I had a high suspicion she was responsible.
And part of that is because, I mean, one, what she was telling you things that weren't true about leaving the car there. So that was the first thing that really should have been correct.
When you say because, I'd rather tell you the because, but yes, that was one of the first things was that really put her as a person of interest in my mind, and I've said that repeatedly.
Absolutely. And then she goes from saying that Gannon never came home to like a couple days later saying Eduardo was down there and raped me and took Gannon at gunpoint.
No, before she left the house, the defendant told me the first rape story. We covered that yesterday.
Okay. And sorry, thank you for clarifying this. So he's still in the house with you when she comes up, changes from he just doesn't come home to this Eduardo rape story.
Yeah, I don't remember when the specific name Eduardo was given by the defendant, but the first rape story would have been Wednesday morning in the bed, in a master bedroom, as I testified to yesterday.
And then you're aware that she goes down to the sheriff's station and does an interview about the rape story.
I believe that was later that morning or early afternoon. I don't know specifically when she got there.
Okay. I mean, and at that point, it's fair to say now, whatever suspicions, your suspicions have become more heightened at that point about her involvement. When it goes from he doesn't come home to this seemingly ridiculous story.
Yeah, and I've been pretty clear from the point of not finding her car where the defendant said it was. From that point forward, everything just compounded, and my suspicions just got worse and worse against the defendant.
Absolutely. And what you know over, I think you said this to a couple people, she's an intelligent person.
Do you have record of me saying that to somebody?
I do. We're indicating that she had a stacked education.
Once again, do you have that
Okay.
somewhere?
Yeah, this was an interview with Detective Bethel.
So that was the second one. Do you have?
Then I just go with that one.
Okay.
Okay. Indicate that she had a stacked education.
I'm second.
So after it was it that Wednesday, then after she goes down to the sheriff's station, that then she doesn't come home at that point.
So I don't know where she. So
Okay. She
that
left
day
that morning.
she left sometime Wednesday, middle of the day. I don't know specifically when. Detective Riley was at the house. I heard the conversation between them two. She left with the intent to follow him downtown to the sheriff's station. I don't know where she went from there.
Did she ever come back home after that, other than to get her stuff?
Not while I was there. I never witnessed her coming back home after that.
And then in February, that's when February 13th, was that the first pretext phone call?
I believe so.
And where were these phone calls occurring at?
At the FBI office downtown.
Okay. And was it something, had you communicated with her that you wanted to talk to her on that date, or how did they know like she was going to be calling?
Who was they?
The FBI.
The FBI. Leading up to that point, there was some attempts at communicating more thoroughly with the defendant.
Yeah.
The defendant reached out to me and said, "Hey, we need to talk," as you heard in some of the phone calls. And yeah, so I believe as of that, like I said this morning, I tried to keep her on the hook, if you will, through messages. And then, all of those would have been planned to some degree, so I could be there with the FBI agents and the sheriff's office agents.
And they had kind of, there was a plan. I mean, you were trying to get as much information out of her as you could.
Me or the
Both
authority?
you and the FBI.
I can't speak to what their plan or their intent was. My intent was to find my son, period.
Absolutely. And I think you said before when you were Mr. Allen was questioning, a lot of the things you were saying to her was to try to keep her talking, try to get any type of information, that you can about where your son is.
Absolutely.
And trying, hope against hope to bring him home safely.
Yes, sir.
And if not, then find out what had happened and hold somebody accountable.
My intent was never in that setting to hold somebody accountable. I wanted my son, and I wanted to wrap my arms around him. That's it.
Absolutely. And it appeared, maybe I'm wrong. So we have the one phone call that occurred on the 13th, and then all the other phone calls, if I'm not mistaken, occurred on February 14th.
The ones that I testified about this morning, I think those were all February 13th and 14th.
And 14th. And how, just for my clarification, how long of a gap was there between each of the phone calls? You remember?
I don't, but I think Mr. Allen detailed that when he said phone call on this date at this time.
What was there, just as far as your recollection, was there a long gap? Were you guys sitting around for like hours waiting in between calls, or were they fairly quick succession between each other?
Mr. Lee, I don't remember. That was a grueling time period in my life to sit there and have to keep my cool. I'm talking to her when I had a strong suspicion she had all the information, so I can't attest to that.
Okay. I mean, and it's clear at least that you appear on February 13th to keep your cool very well. It appears, and if I'm wrong on this, your patience on February 14th starts to grow thin. Would that be fair to say? Let me rephrase.
Yes, thank you.
You become more and more frustrated with the cockamamie story she's telling you on February 14th.
I don't know if I think I'm frustrated. Period.
Absolutely.
I think I'm at the end of my rope. Period. But I did a good job keeping my cool. And if you listen to one of the phone calls, I was a little bit more aggressive verbally. And in a later phone call, I was more patient and letting her give me information. So more calculated than frustrated.
Okay, so that was part of trying. You're trying different tactics to try to get information. With that,
I'm doing the best I can to find information about my son.
And was there frustration by the fact that she keeps changing these stories with no consistency between them? And I think you refer to it. These are garbage stories.
It was very frustrating.
And that they don't make any sense. At one point in time, she says it's Eduardo, and then another point in time she says Quincy Brown's some type of paperwork fell out of his pants on that date, and that's how she knows he's Quincy Brown. None of this stuff, they were ridiculous.
Is that your?
I'm asking you, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I said, and you heard me say it. The garbage stories is what you quoted me. I say,
and even on that. The first one, the one that we heard yesterday, on that phone call that she had yesterday, she's trying very hard to convince you that she didn't have anything to do when somebody had kidnapped again and taken him somewhere, and she's trying to help. It appears that is her goal to what she's telling you.
Mr. Lane, I'm not going to speak to her goals or her intent, what was going through her mind at that point.
She wasn't at that point in time trying to indicate anything, mental health or anything like that. That was phone call. She's not telling you, hey, I'm crazy on the 13th, correct?
I don't believe she said that in any of those phone calls.
But in some of those phone calls, she does make some statements. And I'm going on to the February 13th phone call. He indicates at one point in time when she's talking to you, I have completely parts of the information and not part of the information.
Is that, are you quoting that? Could you say that again?
She told you that she has part of the information, but she doesn't have part of the information. Okay. He talks to you about that night after night, I dreamed of different things that have added detail to this. Okay. She tells you that at some point she blacked out.
Are you quoting that? Okay, then I have no reason to deny her saying that.
At one point, she says, I sit back and remember it, like play it in my mind, play it in my head again, play it in my head again, play it in my head again. He says, when I woke up and like out of the state of confusion, I was going crazy. She tells you all of it was a blur in and out. Try to figure it out. I got it at one point and it was a trouble. And then on that next phone call that occurred on the 14th, she's talking to you and she indicates you're going back and forth. I think it was the second to last phone call that you had with you together, going kind of back and forth. And at one point, you're trying to figure out where Gannon is. She says, Letecia doesn't know where Gannon is.
I don't remember her saying that, but you want to show me that, you don't have to, but I don't remember her saying that.
Okay. It's on the recording.
Okay.
As far as, and now I'm going to kind of shift to more like just general things of your relationship with Miss Stauch. You've indicated that at some point, sometimes with her, it's like you're living on a roller coaster. She can be up and down.
Did I say that to someone?
Yeah. Again, this is Detective Bethel. That sometimes you just got to kind of stay with her and don't ride the roller coaster. If you disagree with her, you don't ride the roller coaster. You talked about her with the kids, and you've indicated that, and this would be later in March, you did another interview, and you did this with the FBI, March 6th, 2020. I remember doing an interview with the FBI then.
I did multiple interviews, so I might need to see that one, Mr. Tony.
Okay. You indicated to them that sometimes it was a little strange. Sometimes she could be really great with the kids, doing everything with them, and then you'd have weeks where she would act like she didn't want anything to do.
You mind if I take a look at that?
Yeah,
I don't remember that doing the interview that time.
All right, bro. You may.
Oh, this says February 9th. It says interview of Albert Stauch, February 9th. You indicated March 9th.
That's because the first page has a 3. So you're.
Thank you.
I think that was, I'm going to blame that on the FBI because on the first page of that interview, they have 3-9. You're correct. So I'm
To clarify what the date actually is.
You were correct. It's February 9th. You did that interview with the FBI. Yeah, thank you. But at that point in time, you told them that some point she would be really great with the kids, and then other times she wouldn't want it. She wouldn't.
Yes, absolutely.
You also, in that interview, I think it was that Monday with Detective Riley, same type of thing. Like 1 minute, considering these moments of trust moments, like right now, I say, you should be all in, helping the kids, teach, doing homework, cooking, feeding and stuff. And then there'd be days in a week, like it's like kids were left in for themselves.
What Monday are you referencing?
The Monday where you had, not Monday, it would have been Tuesday, when you had the interview with Detective Riley, back, so January 28th.
Okay. So where this was the interview at
With
the
the
sheriff's office?
Yes, with Detective Riley. And you were telling him, describing how Miss Stauch was with the kids, and you indicate that there are moments and times when she's really good, she's helping the kids, doing everything like that, and then other times where it appears like she's just checked out.
Yes, sir.
You indicated that sometimes her and Leighton seemed to work together to try to get you.
Yeah, I'd probably ingest, but
Okay.
yeah.
And then other times they appeared to be at each other's throats.
Who's they?
Miss Stauch and Leighton.
Lena? If I said that.
Not Leighton, Leighton.
Landon?
Landon, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
okay.
apologize.
Then take back what I just said. Yeah, can you start over with
Okay.
Landon? Because I thought you said Lena.
And with your first ex-wife, you indicated that sometimes her and Miss Stauch would work together like they were out to try to get you, and other times they were at their throats constantly.
Yes, sir.
You indicated, and again, if I'm jumping back and forth, that Ms. Stauch would take lots of trips out of the blue and you didn't know where she got the money to do.
Yes, sir.
You indicated when you talked to the district attorney's investigator that sometimes Ms. Stauch likes to refer to herself as Kate.
Yes, sir.
She had, jump back a little bit, and we're almost done, so.
Good time, Mr. Tony.
Okay, thank you. When you guys first started, when you and Ms. Stauch first started dating, and the relationship was going well, she had talked to you about the abuse she suffered growing up.
She mentioned that there was something with one of her stepfathers. I think his name would have been Mr. Lowry, and that I don't remember it being a pattern of abuse, but some isolated events is the way she described it to me. And she eventually moved out of that house and back with her grandparents in North Carolina.
And that was James Lowry, do you remember?
I don't know his first name. I just remember the last name Lowry.
And I don't want to get into this, but that was kind of a bond that you got, not a bond, but that was, you had in your family growing up, but I wanted to go with some, not with you, with trauma growing up. And so that was something that, a basis that you guys could talk about initially in the relationship.
We discussed it. I don't know if it's a foundational basis like you're describing it, but
she had issues maintaining steady employment.
I think that's a misrepresentation of what happened. But
I mean, I think you indicated that she had like 8 jobs in 3 years.
right, and she intentionally left those jobs. It wasn't she had trouble keeping employment. She intentionally left those jobs.
Okay, but she had a lot of different jobs in a short period.
Yes, sir.
You're aware of in the late fall of 2019, she was having mental health issues.
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that she was, well, you guys have the same insurance, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that she was seeing a Dr. Rhonda Niederhauser at Fort Carson?
We did. So let me clarify. We did have the same insurance while myself and the defendant were married. Obviously, no longer do. But yes, I went with her on one occasion to see Dr. Niederhauser. Well, to Fort Carson. I did not go back into the room with her. With the defendant, I stayed in the lobby, but I was with her on that visit.
And that and actually, for most of your guys' relationship, she'd been prescribed lorazepam.
I don't know for sure if most of our relationship. I know she at some point saw somebody for anxiety and got a prescription for something. That's all I remember, Mr. Tilley.
Are you aware that Dr. Niederhauser advised her to quit her job because her mental health issues were becoming so severe?
I am not aware of that.
But you are, to your knowledge, if you know, how often was she seeing Dr. Niederhauser?
Same answer I already gave. I know that she went once, and that was the one time that I went with her. That's all I can attest to, Mr. Tilley.
When you had, again, I'm coming back to when you had that interview with Detective Riley. At that one time, when you were you having concerns about Ms. Stauch and her involvement? When you had the interview with Detective Riley?
In her involvement in what, Mr. Tilley?
In the disappearance of your son.
Yeah, we've already. Let's Ask your question again, please. So I can...
When you interviewed with Detective Riley that first time, were you having concerns about her involvement?
So just to be clear, the first time by myself or
The first time by yourself?
yeah, I did have some concerns.
And you indicated that you don't think that she had any mental health issues?
No, I did indicate that I don't think she had any mental health issues.
Do you remember at that point in time telling Detective Riley, I hope that doesn't come to that, but if you put her daughter on the hot seat, she'll say, I love my mom. You know, I wouldn't do anything without my mom, but she's freaking nuts. You know, crazy.
So that was drawn. I remember saying that or something to that point.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you told the detective that she's crazy.
Mr. Toledo, would you quote what you just quoted to me?
Or you told the detective that Harley would say that her mom is freaking nuts, crazy.
That's what I said.
Okay. No further questions. Redirect, Mr. Allen.
There were some questions, Mr. Stauch, about the defendant being a good softball player. Do you remember those?
Yes, sir.
Does softball have rules?
Absolutely.
The defendant know how to follow those rules?
Absolutely.
Does she know how to play the game?
Very well.
Does she know how to use specific techniques and strategies in playing softball?
I would say her being a coach at the high school softball level would indicate all of those things are yes.
You jumped to my next question. Did she also go through efforts to teach other people how to play the rule, to follow the rules of softball?
Yes, sir.
Is that an indication that she knew the difference between right and wrong?
Yes, sir.
You were asked at the very beginning too about when you got custody of your kiddos, Gannon and Lena, that it was a safer environment with the defendant and with Landon. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
Would you have thought that if the defendant had severe mental health disease or defect?
Absolutely.
Did she have a severe mental health disease or defect back then?
No, sir.
You asked in different points of the cross-examination about your interviews with Detective Ryan. And I want to be a little bit more of a timeline here. Do you remember having an interview with Detective Riley and other people at Starbucks, and that being your first contact with law enforcement in this case in person?
Yes, sir.
And then you went to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office to deliver, I think you said some stuff for DNA. What did you deliver?
I remember there being a toothbrush and maybe, I don't remember specifically, but some sort of article of clothing, a shoe, or something that would have his. It wasn't spoken to me that way, but I assumed it was for his purposes.
And then I think you said that you had an interview at the end of that. When you dropped the stuff off, then you did an interview.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you know what day that was?
That would have been Tuesday, January 28th.
Okay. The Starbucks thing, when did that come? Was that also Tuesday, January?
Earlier in the day.
Okay. And then you had a third interview in person at the sheriff's office when you came back. What day was that?
Later in the evening, Tuesday, January 28th.
You were asked about specifically showing us a specific page of the interview, the first one at Starbucks, where Mr. Toledo was asking you about when you got Gannon into counseling.
Yes.
And there was some disagreement between you and Mr. Toledo about when that counseling had started, or when you said that the counseling had started. Who is Dr. Burtek?
She was I don't know specifically, but she was some sort of family health counselor that Gannon got assigned to at Fort Carson.
So could you have signed Gannon up for counseling at Fort Carson before you got to Colorado?
No, sir.
Did that occur after you got to Colorado?
Yes, sir.
Which was in when?
I got here February 15th or thereabouts, 2019.
When you were having that first contact with Detective Riley at Starbucks, did you have a lot on your mind?
Absolutely.
The information that you had on your mind as it relates to Gannon being missing, where were you getting that information from, that initial period of time?
Everything was coming from the defendant.
At that time, did you have any reason to necessarily disbelieve her that Gannon had left and not come home?
No, sir, not at that time.
And did that change over time?
Yes, sir.
Did that change over time because of the defendant's specific actions?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about you having conversations with your mother about, and Mr. Tweeney said that your mother told you that she had concerns about the defendant's mental health.
That's what Mr. Toledo said, yes.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember her diagnosing the defendant based on hearsay. I remember having conversations about, the defendant's anxiety and how that affected our relationship, yes.
In your mind, did the defendant have anxiety?
I'm not a medical professional, but I would say she had some form of it. She had, some anxiety here and there about different things.
Even if she had that anxiety, in your lay opinion, was she able to function?
Absolutely.
Could she make a meal?
Absolutely.
Could she make a Denver omelet if she wanted to?
Maybe get some Chick-fil-A sandwiches, but yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Could she scramble eggs?
She could.
Put some cheese on the eggs?
Yes, sir.
Without burning herself?
Yes, sir.
What about cut up vegetables?
Yes, sir.
Could she do that without cutting herself?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever run out in the street yelling, screaming naked?
I remember no, sir.
You were asked about the rental car and about that being odd. Do you remember that in the cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Did that appear to you, in your mind, to be a way of manipulating what was happening with the investigation?
It's hard for me to say. Once again, as you said already, that was a time period when I was just weighed down with worry. The reason she gave, I think we've talked about already, I'm not sure, but was about the mileage on her lease, and so she had to get a rental car, which was something the defendant had said repeatedly over time. So looking back, I can make an assessment, but in the moment, it was just a ridiculous thing that I just blew past. I was more worried about getting out there and doing what we could to find Gannon.
Well, if, in your mind, if your kid is missing, are you worried about the miles you're putting on your car?
And I believe I've said that already. No, there's nothing more important than finding that little boy.
And so the fact that her car was hidden somewhere, was that, when you put two and two together, was that a form in your mind of her manipulating the investigation?
Absolutely. That's why I freaked out and went back down to do another interview with the sheriff's office.
You were asked about the, again, going back to the Starbucks interview with Mark Riley, the first one on January 28th, about you expressing some concerns about Landon's ex-husband, Mike Hyatt. You remember that?
Yes.
And talking about the trouble that he had in his background.
Yes.
Again, at that time, were you operating on limited information?
Yes, sir.
Were you racking your brain trying to figure out what might have happened with Gannon?
Yes, sir. I was just going through every possible, any variable, anything possible that would have led us closer to him.
Would you characterize that as you were going through every known variable in your mind and then trying to cross them off to see whether there was any connection to Gannon being missing?
Yeah, in conjunction with variables and information that was being fed from the defendant as well.
Okay. You did 3 interviews on January 28th. One at Starbucks and then 2 at the sheriff's office later that day. Did it seem odd to you that the defendant was resisting going to the sheriff's office and giving an interview?
Yes.
Why?
Once again, if feelings are true and honest about we need to work together to find Gannon, as the defendant said repeatedly, what is there to hide from? Why would you not go down there? What is keeping you defendant from coming down there?
And did that appear in your mind to be a conscious decision the defendant was making to resist going to the sheriff's office and give an interview?
Absolutely.
You talked about getting text messages and phone calls during this time that these recorded phone calls were happening. Did the defendant change the source of those phone calls over time? And let me be more clear. You obviously gave us earlier her specific phone number that you knew you had with her at AT&T.
Yes.
Did you start getting phone calls and texts from her that weren't from necessarily AT&T, the account that you knew about?
Yes, sir. I got phone calls and text messages from multiple different phone numbers, and email started coming from her email, which to me indicated it was no longer. I also got messages from her iCloud, is what I'm trying to say. So, which indicated me she no longer had her normal phone, and she was using some alternate method of communication, if that makes sense.
It does. And so, again, did that indicate to you more conscious decision making that she was still able to communicate with you, even though her phone might have been seized by law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Able to navigate that sort of framework of figuring out other ways to text you or call you?
Yes, sir.
We're asked about these phone calls that we've heard in the stories that the defendant was giving you, and the way Mr. Tellini characterized them was that there was no consistency in the stories. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Were there, in fact, actually consistencies with her stories and what was happening with the investigation?
Yes, sir. For instance, once the search shifted to, say, northern El Paso, Douglas County area on that county line road area that the defendant indicated in the phone calls, I felt like she had to place herself there somehow, and that's what she did in that phone call.
Are you suggesting in your mind that that was a way for her to explain away why her GPS would show her that?
Yes, sir.
She also gave you a description of blood being in the garage and in Ganor's room.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that there was blood found in the garage and in his bedroom?
Yes, sir.
And then, as it relates to that El Paso County, Douglas County line to up north, were you aware that there was a board with Ganor's blood and DNA found on it up in that area?
I was made aware of that. Yes, sir.
You got into some questions about your relationship with the defendant, and you were specifically asked about a statement you made about the relationship between the two of you was like riding a roller coaster. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Why was it like riding a roller coaster?
I think that's the normal ebb and flow of many relationships. I don't think that's uncommon. We had our ups and downs in our relationship. That's what that indicated.
Well, let me ask you more specifically. Based on your belief that she would manipulate you sometimes, did that add to the effect of riding a roller coaster?
Yeah, that would have been the extreme lows in our relationship. Yes, sir.
When she would manipulate you?
Yes, sir.
Was it common for her to manipulate you?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about sometimes she would be great and sometimes not. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
When the sometimes not period of time, what was that end result of?
Oftentimes, the result of that manipulation that we just discussed, or lies or mistruths the defendant would tell that I would have to sort through, as you heard me do in these phone calls. I have to sort through these lies and get to the truth.
Was it ever those lows, the sometimes not part, were those ever a result of her suffering from a severe mental illness or disease?
No, sir.
Ever?
No, sir.
You were asked about the defendant referring to herself as Taylor. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that. What does that mean?
So I believe when I met the defendant, her Facebook profile said Tisha Taylor Harden. And of course, I had questions about that because her middle name is Lynn, I believe, the defendant's middle name. The defendant would always say, I always wanted my middle name to be Taylor. I don't like the name Lynn. And that's where I left it at that. So anytime Taylor ever came up, I just, in my mind, referred back to that's what she preferred her name to be.
Well, did she ever use the name Taylor and start acting crazy?
No, sir.
Did she ever use the name Taylor and start talking in other languages?
No, sir.
Did she ever use the name Taylor and start having other personalities?
No, sir.
Was Taylor ever associated with her having a severe mental illness or disease or defect? You were asked about the defendant having difficulty maintaining steady employment. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
You answered that the defendant intentionally left those jobs.
Yes, sir.
So expand on that for the jury. What do you mean by that?
So, for instance, when we, I think in the tail end of our dating relationship in the first part of our married relationship, she was working at Myrtle Beach Middle or Elementary School, and quit, resigned from that position, causing her to have to seek new employment.
Okay.
And why that's significant because I disagreed with the decision. It was, outside looking in, a great place of employment for her, and she seemed to find that.
Okay. And then you were asked about Dr. Niederhauser, right? You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Sweeney told you that the defendant was being seen for anxiety. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Did you know whether she was being seen for anxiety or not?
I did not. Once again, I only accompanied her as far as the waiting room, that one visit, and then she went to the back, was seen, and then the defendant that came out, and we went home.
To your knowledge, was the defendant ever seen for a severe mental disease or defect?
No, sir.
And then finally, do you remember the defendant in this investigation, whether she ever told you to not talk to the police? How many times?
I don't remember how many times. One stands out specifically.
Okay. And then, did you try to call her during your second interview?
I believe I did. I'd have to hear or listen to it to confirm, but I think so.
And I'm talking about your interview that you did with Detective Riley at the sheriff's office.
So the first one at the sheriff's office.
Second interview at the sheriff's office, evening.
So the third one total.
Yes, let me finish. The second interview at the sheriff's office, so you're right, it would be the third, but only the second one at the sheriff's office, evening of January 28th.
I believe I did try to call her. Yes, sir.
Were you able to get a hold of her?
No, sir.
You know why you were not able to get a hold of her?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Stauch? None. All right. Answers are against it, yeah. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Called Macon Ponder to the stand, Your Honor.
Mr. Ponder, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Actually, yep, up here. Everybody does that. That's okay. You swear affirm the testimony about to give this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. The chair does not move. Everybody does that. The microphone moves, but the chair does not. All right. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Ponder. How are you doing?
Good, sir. How are you?
Good. You and I never formally met. I'm Dave Young. I talked to you on the phone, I believe. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Where do you currently reside?
Panama City, Florida, sir.
And did you just fly in from Florida?
Yes, sir. Flew in yesterday.
Did you pack a coat?
I did. I left, it was 80 degrees, and got here, and it was about 20. So
I was worried about that, so I'm glad you did that. Mr. Ponder, what's your occupation?
Sir, I'm a bridge inspector for the Florida Department of Transportation. I'm a senior underwater dive team leader.
And how long have you been a bridge inspector?
Roughly 12 years now.
And what do you do as a bridge inspector? I know the title's kind of self-explanatory, but I'd like to know what you do.
The short and skinny is basically we, every 2 years, our bridges are required to be inspected. We get a list of bridges each month, and we break up into teams and go and inspect those bridges accordingly each month.
And how often would you inspect certain bridges?
Every 2 years.
I'm going to take you back to March 17th, 2020. Were you in that role as a bridge inspector back then in Florida?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to be inspecting a bridge by the name of Escambia Bridge?
Yes, sir.
And what's the name of the bridge? Did I get that right?
Yes, sir. Just Escambia River Bridge.
And can you describe this bridge for the jury?
Yes, it's just a concrete bridge, rather long. Basically the environment out there is the river is closer to what we would call the near end of it. And after you get over the river, the bridge actually continues on for a lot further, just due to the marshy area. There's marsh on both sides. It's really inaccessible to any vehicles.
And what city is this bridge close to?
It's cold.
And how close is this bridge to the actual ocean Gulf Coast?
Several miles. As the crow flies, maybe 7 or 8 miles.
I'm assuming, does the bridge go over the Escambia River?
Yes.
And does the river go into the Gulf of Mexico?
Eventually, the river actually dumps out into Escambia Bay, and then Escambia Bay goes out to the pass and then into the Gulf of Mexico.
And how often, was this another 2 years you would inspect this particular bridge every 2 years?
Yes, sir. Our department for the state of Florida, we inspect bridges every 2 years on interstate systems and any state roads. They have some different stipulations on our county bridges, but our office only handles state highways and interstate.
So it would have been in March of 2018 or approximately then when this bridge was inspected last. Is that fair?
It would have been inspected 2 years prior in the month of March. It doesn't have to be on the exact date.
And approximately how long is this entire bridge that you're inspecting?
I would say roughly 12 to 1,300 feet.
Is that the only part that covers the river, or is it, when you talk about this marsh area, does the bridge extend over a marsh area as well?
Yes, sir.
And so would that be miles or?
No, that whole area is fairly marshy. There's a set of bridges all the way down through that on that span of US 90. That just happens to be the first bridge on that, starting in that span on that stretch of highway.
So what are you doing when you go out to this particular bridge to inspect it? What are you looking for?
Our job as bridge inspectors is to find any kind of defects, any kind of issues that would harm the traveling public. We look for cracks in the deck, cracks in the underside of the deck. As a diver, we look at the piles underwater, look at any kind of cracks and spalls being any kind of missing concrete on those piles or columns. And if it was a steel structure, it'd be the same thing. You'd look for cracks and welds and stuff.
And so do you have someone, particularly on March 17th, 2020, with you as you're doing this inspection?
Yes, sir. We always go out as a team, primarily for safety, but also we're always on the interstate or on busy roads, so we're always having somebody watch our back when we're taking the notes and watching out for traffic. We're operating the piece of equipment if need be, while somebody else is taking notes.
And so do you inspect the surface area of the bridge as well as the side of the bridge and below the bridge? You indicated you even get in the water and look at the doors.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. We try to do the best we can to look at 100% of the bridge every inspection.
So could you please tell the jury about March 17, 2020? Did you locate something? Did you locate a suitcase under the bridge?
During that inspection, the particular bridge that we were inspecting requires an underbridge inspection machine. The particular machine allows us to gain access to the underside of the bridge due to the height and over water. As we were inspecting the underside of the bridge and we're coming to the end of it, my partner and I that were in the basket noticed a suitcase towards the end of the bridge, it's kind of laid in a marshy area and a little bit of woods right next to the edge of the bridge. And we just noticed it down there. It was a point of interest when we got down there. We didn't look at it then. We just made a note to come back to it later on.
And who was your partner? What was his name?
Matthew Gilmans.
And so when you first noticed this suitcase, where are you and Mr. Goins at?
We first noticed it back up prior before getting into the piece of equipment. We also walked across the deck and take the soundings at each pier on both sides of the bridge, and that gives us any indication of any settlement or anything that might be failing on the bridge. And that requires dropping down a measuring tape essentially with a weight on it and measuring the height up to the edge of the bridge to the top of the barrier wall. And when we looked over, the suitcase was right next to the edge of a vent where we were taking the measurement. Had it been in the middle of a vent or in the middle of a span, we may have not even noticed it. But because of its location, it was right next to where we dropped our profile tape, is what we call it, to take the measurement. We immediately saw it as soon as we dropped it down.
And so, I'm not a Navy guy. When you say deck, are you talking about the road area of the bridge where the vehicles go?
Yes, sir. That's what we call the deck. We take our measurements at the top of the barrier wall. Anybody that's driven over a bridge, the concrete walls on the outside is where we take our measurements from.
And so, are you and Mr. Goins looking over the edge of the bridge, and you see the space directly down below?
Yes, sir.
What side of the bridge are you on, the eastbound lanes or the westbound lanes?
We're on the eastbound lane, and we were on the the right side of the structure.
And so, you note that there's a suitcase there, but then you go on with the inspection.
Yes, sir.
And tell us about that. Now, do you go all the way across the bridge and then work your way back, or how does that work?
Well, generally when we're taking a profile, we'll start what we call the near end, which is for our reference. And we work from west to east or south to north. In this case, we were working west to east. We started on the right side of the bridge heading east. When we finish that profile, and yes, we do turn back around and we work from east to west back to where we started. And that's when we get into the truck and start our under bridge inspection.
And when you start your under bridge inspection, is that when you get back to the area where the suitcase is?
It wasn't for, no sir, it wasn't for probably roughly an hour, hour and a half later, maybe even a little bit longer, because when we started the under inspection, we start back at the beginning of the bridge. And where we found the suitcase was almost at the very end of the bridge.
And this bridge goes east and west, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you're starting the undercarriage portion on the east side, working your way west, is that right?
No, sir. We're starting on the west end, working towards the east.
Okay. And so, what happens when you get back to that area where the suitcase is?
Because of the profile and the as the bridge, the hump in the bridge, when we got towards the end of the structure, the bridge starts to become lower, closer to the ground. And at that point, we didn't need the truck anymore, so we were able to lower the basket down to the ground line and get out, and was going to finish our inspection from there. And that's when we lowered down to the ground, we remembered that we had seen the suitcase. We finished up our inspection and then went back to the suitcase.
And why did you go back to the suitcase?
Pure curiosity.
And again, is Mr. Goins with you at this point in time as well?
Yes, sir.
So what happens when you get back to the suitcase?
We got back to the suitcase, and where it was lying kind of an odd angle, but the handle was towards the underside of the bridge. So I reached out for the handle and immediately noticed it was very, very heavy. And I looked back and remember telling Matt, I said, I don't know what's in this. I said, but it's heavy. I said, and where it was at, it had a possibility of being waterlogged. We didn't know whether it was clothing or something in it. We just noticed that whatever it was probably waterlogged and saturated, just due to how heavy it was.
And I imagine you get a lot of rain in Florida.
Yes, sir.
Do you get a lot of rain in the months of February and March?
We can. March normally is fairly rainy season, but again, where the suitcase was really right at the edge of the marsh, and depending on tide, you don't necessarily have to have a lot of rain for that area to be influenced by tide.
So, you, Mr. Goins, get up to the suitcase. You said it appeared to be heavy. What happened after that?
Because of where it was at, it's very, very marshy and muddy.